Hey, Terry.
It's all of the day's work, right? They are kind of.
Hey. Mr. City Manager? RPV TV? Disavowed. Okay. Everybody else is ready. Okay. Okay, I'd like to call the June 3rd meeting of the Rancho Palos Verdes City Council back to order. Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor.
Call the roll,
Council-
please.
Councilwoman Ferraro. Councilmember Lewis.
Here.
Councilmember Peristam.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Seo.
Here.
Mayor Bradley.
Here.
We have a quorum, Mayor. Our next item is the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let me ask, hold on a second. Adam Ashcroft to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance tonight. Yeah. Come up.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much.
Our next item is the closed session report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, ladies and gentlemen. City Council, as is often the case, had a very busy and productive closed session. And it's my obligation to report out any action taken in closed session. The first item on closed session agenda was a series of 4 litigations to which the city is a party. The authority to discuss litigation strategy in closed session was Government Code Section 54956.9D1. There was a privileged and confidential briefing by litigation counsel retained by CJPIA with the City Council. Questions were asked and answered. The council unanimously authorized its litigation counsel to enter into what is known as a common interest agreement among the various defendants in that action. The second closed session involved labor negotiations with the AFSCME District Council 36. The authority to meet in closed session is Government Code Section 54957.6. City Council received a counter proposal from AFSCME in ongoing labor negotiations. Those counter proposals were reviewed with the council and additional negotiating authority was given to the city's negotiators. Lastly, the City Council met in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9E because the city is considering whether to initiate litigation in one case. After a privileged and confidential briefing by the city attorney, the City Council unanimously authorized the city attorney's office to commence a code enforcement action involving the property at 28627 Mount Palomar Place. The fourth item on closed session agenda was continued until the next council meeting. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. City Attorney.
Our next item are the mayor's announcements.
This is the fun part of the evening. Couple announcements. One is the recognition of a passing of one of our truly remarkable residents. The city of Rancho Palos Verdes mourns the passing and honors the legacy of Mart Cohn, a Holocaust survivor who became a member of the intelligence service for the French Army during World War II. Mrs. Cohn died Tuesday, May 20th, at her Seaview home at the age of 105. Mart Cohn was a true hero and a treasure not only to her community of Rancho Palos Verdes, but to the countless people she inspired and saved around the world. After her work gathering intelligence was made public when she turned 80, she spent the final decade of her life sharing her story and her message of peace, doing much of that work from her home here in Rancho Palos Verdes. Mrs. Cohn was honored by the RPV City Council in 2014 and 2020. Last month, her neighborhood gathered to celebrate her 105th birthday. In 2023 interview with RPV TV, her message to viewers was, "Peace is the most important gift, and we all have to try to have peace." This evening's City Council meeting, we will be adjourning in her memory and her honor. Next, we have another award, which is really, really cool, to some people that are doing outstanding work throughout our community. We have a certificate of recognition. The mayor and the city council of the city of Rancho Palos Verdes take great pleasure in honoring Pedro Pet Pals in recognition of your outstanding dedication and contribution to improving the lives of homeless pets and with compassionate care, for providing shelter, care, and love to countless animals in need, for your unwavering commitment to animal welfare, making a lasting difference in our community. Thank you for being a true hero to those without a voice. Your commitment to the community is an inspiration to all of us, and our deepest appreciation extended to you with a presentation of a certificate of recognition on June 3rd, 2025. And I know they brought a couple furry friends with them. So if you would come on up, I have a certificate here for you, and we will take some pictures. Bring the furry friends too.
One of our furry friends is very shy.
Let's do it.
But is loving.
Come on. Thank you. Was that one?
Are you gonna take the dogs home?
It's like, what is that? It's just Chester. Chester is very shy. I know.
Perfect. Thank you.
I'm not used to being around.
So who gets the shirt?
No, I'll hold it.
Okay,
Stand next to.
There you go. You look beautiful and all.
okay, let's take a couple pictures and we'll say a few words. Oh, come on.
No. I don't know how are the dogs will be together. Together.
There you go. There we go.
So once again, thank you all very much for everything you do for the community and helping the pets and making sure they have great homes. Let me see if my colleagues want to say anything. City Councilwoman?
Do I have to say it in dog language like woof?
No, you have to say it. It's a dog's life though. Oh,
We have 2 videos.
I didn't realize there was a video.
Okay.
Sorry. Did I know there was a video? Some people did. Okay, let's do a video.
Well, it's wonderful to have the guys here and get to see you in person.
Okay, let's roll the video and then we'll make a few more remarks. There's sound?
There's sound on it.
Okay.
These, what you're seeing is some of the kids that are in the service hours program, including. What you're seeing is some of the kids in our Foster for Service Hours program. There they are. That's this one right here. Kids are earning 2 service hours per day when they foster a sheltered dog or cat through our program. It's a new program. It's been around for 9 months. And since then, we've been able to get about 30 kids and over 50 dogs placed in homes. Fostering is very important. And being around animals is really important for kids. It teaches responsibility and leadership. Kids who grow up with animals are less lonely, less anxious. They're outside more. There's a ton of great benefits to growing up with animals. All this information you can find if you're interested in the foster, the number 4 servicehours.org. And we think it's a win-win. This one has, this next one has audio. This last girl, she's on her 5th or 6th foster, I believe.
What are you doing?
Getting there right from the source.
Good girl, Pepper. You're so patiently waiting for dinner. Yeah?
Hi, my name is Lara. I'm 11 years old.
Hi, my name is Marcus and I'm 8 years old.
Alrighty, and who do we have here?
This is Pepper. This is our 4th foster dog. Pepper, look.
You sit. Paw. Paw, Luna. Paw. Luna. Paw.
My favorite part probably about fostering is learning the dog's quirky, silly personalities. Once they decompress a little bit after we get them, they just start to really come out of their shell, and it's the best to see them thrive in a home.
Pepper. Hi, Pepper.
She's super sweet. She's like the best dog, and we're still looking for a home for her currently. So if you know anybody, that would be great. Bye. Can I get another foster mama tomorrow, please? Tomorrow?
So just as an aside, so somebody you might want to work on tonight, our city manager said that he thinks he needs a dog. He needs some leadership opportunities. So.
Just great work that you guys are doing. You take care of them so they can take care of us. It's excellent. Thank you.
Steve?
Thank you. As the proud owner of a 21-year-old rescue dog who runs the house still in charge for most of those years, I don't know how to thank you enough. The dogs, the many dogs, and feral cats have been part of our lives for forever in the community. So thank you for what you're doing. It's really important. And good luck with your friends here with that next foster assignment. Looks like it's going to be the mayor pro tem.
Might take this guy home, but yeah, I just want to say thank you too for you guys doing incredible work here, and hopefully we continue that and we continue to recognize it, and we can take these little guys home. Thank you very much again.
I would love to say something, but you go first.
You also help us in another very important way by providing us with an amazing place where we can actually work on finding forever homes. So we're very grateful to work with the Recreation and Parks Department. They allow us to use Eastview Park. Once a month, we have an opportunity. And just this past Sunday, we found 2 fosters for 2 dogs, which probably saved 2 lives.
That's right. So if anyone wants to get involved, adoption is awesome. That's what we say first. If you can fostering is great. We've got so many great dogs, something for everyone. And we will definitely work with you and kind of concierge match make the perfect dog for your family. We have lots of volunteer opportunities. I run several clubs on the peninsula. And so if your teenagers are looking for something to do this summer, we need people to volunteer at our adoption events that are on every Sunday. We've got a virtual adoption program where they can print flyers and take them to the stores and stuff like that around the hill. There's a lot of things for kids that kids can do. This one right here is Chester, by the way. If people aren't aware of how overcrowded our shelters are, Chester was found in Compton in a van living with 16 other dogs. So he's living in Portuguese Bend right now with 2 of the other adult dogs. They need homes. They need people to walk them. The crisis is here in LA, and we are definitely in a hot spot. So we could use all the help we could get. We also do MASH style clinics where we fix 40 dogs at a time. In the places that are feeding our shelters. So our last one was at Watts. We've done 2 in Wilmington, and we just need money to put those on. So if you want to donate to Pedro Pet Pals, and we will put it to good use.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chester,
You can stay there.
coming up, someone else.
Oh, I got more.
Okay.
No. Okay. So our next one, which really hits home to me, and by the way, these 4 gentlemen that I'm going to recognize today, I too was a Eagle Scout here on the peninsula. So just think about getting your Eagle Scout here on the peninsula kind of as a gateway drug. You might be up here one day, so be careful. The City Council would like to recognize 4 scouts for completing their Eagle Scout projects within the city's open space and nature preserves. On December 8th, 2024, Sienna Stanley from Troop 219 completed a project to install above-ground fencing and trail markers at the Alta Altavense Reserve. On December 14th, 2024, Adam Ashcroft from Troop 128 completed a project to install fencing at a popular trailhead at the Abalone Cove Reserve. On February 9th, 2025, Matthew Cho from Troop 378 completed a project to install fencing and restore native habitat at the Three Sisters Reserve. And on March 9th, 2025, Jamie Kennedy from Troop 128 completed a project to install fencing and beautify a main entrance to the Portuguese Bend Reserve. Each of these scouts led, planned, and coordinated projects that provided essential protection for sensitive habitat, improved trails under experience, and contributed to trail sustainability within the Palos Verdes Nature Preserve. Their projects faced various obstacles and challenges, but these scouts demonstrated remarkable determination, leadership, and problem-solving skills to complete their tasks successfully. The city of RPV thanks all 4 of these scouts for their accomplishments and contributions. If we could have the 4 scouts come up, we have a certificate for them. Yeah. Hey, we're missing one. We're missing. Matt, you. For you. And we're gonna get your parents up here. Parents, please come up. Don't be shy. You proud. Come on. Come on up. Grab your parents. Hi. Okay. Okay, thank you all for everything that you guys have done. I know how long and arduous a path it is to get to this point, and actually getting your Eagle project done, approved, and I'm sure you're all awaiting your court of honor. So it is a tremendous accomplishment. Thank you for participating in the open space within the city of Rancho Palos Verdes for your Eagle project. I can't say how much that really helps the city and helps our open space. So congratulations very much. I don't know if you guys want to say a few words. Matthew.
I just want to say thank you to the park rangers that helped me put on my project. They were a lot of help.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd also like to thank the park rangers. They were a huge help. Yeah. Thank you for everyone who helped in the project. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to thank my dad. He really helped me through it, getting fundraising, getting materials. He was helped me through a lot of that. Also, special thanks to Ranger Fox for being my lead project advisory for the project. And just a big thanks to everyone who came out to help us actually complete it. Thank you.
Congratulations. And thank you to the parents. I remember how instrumental my parents were in helping me and ensuring that I stayed on the right path. So thank you to the parents, and you should be very proud of your children. I'm sorry. Lesson.
You don't have it.
Okay, Madam City Clerk, now that the fun stuff is over.
Our next item then is to, by affirmation, move approval of the Recycle and Emergency Personal Preparedness Kit drawing winners, Betty Gregorio and James Ueda.
By affirmation.
Our next item then is the approval of the agenda.
Motion?
Second.
Councilmember Ferraro, Councilmember Lewis, Councilmember Peristam.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sale,
Yes.
Mayor Bradley.
Yes.
Motion passes. With that, we can move to our public comments for non-agenda items, and I do have three requests to speak.
Okay.
And our first speaker is Evan Kors.
Good evening, Evan.
Hey, I have flyers.
Okay,
Can I give this to?
give them to City Clerk, please. Or actually, you can give them to our Director of Rec and Parks.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, esteemed council, residents, both listening and watching from home. My name is Evan Coates. I am the Assistant Adult Services Librarian for the Palos Verdes Library District. And I am thrilled to share an exciting event happening this summer that is destined to excite and unite our community. On June 7th at the beautiful Malaga Cove School Grounds located at 375 Via Almar. From 10 to 1 p.m., the Palos Verdes Library is hosting its second annual Picnic on the Peninsula. This picnic is not only about food and fun, it also serves as our kickoff for the Summer at PVLD Library Program Series, offering a range of enriching activities for all ages. Whether you're young or young at heart, there will be something for everyone to enjoy at the picnic. Live performances from the Never Evers, a junior high punk rock band, taiko drumming, and a vibrant Polynesian dance troupe, popcorn, music, arts, and crafts. In addition, we have 25 community booths, all scheduled to be there through the event. These booths will provide valuable resources and information about local organizations, fostering connections, promoting engagement within our community. We encourage everyone to bring your favorite picnic lunch, enjoy the day, and our beautiful outdoor setting. This event is entirely free and made possible by generous sponsors, including the Peninsula Friends of the Library. And the best part, the Summer at PVLD programming will continue long after this Saturday with events and educational programs going from June 7th all the way through August 16th. For more information, please visit us or call us directly. The Palos Verdes Library is committed to serving our community, and we are excited to create a vibrant gathering space that promotes learning, connections, and most importantly, fun. Thank you so much, and I'm here to answer any questions.
My only question is Merlin going to be playing the drums?
Oh, maybe. He might be doing the hula dancing one.
Oh,
So you're gonna have to wait and see.
that's going to get a lot of people out to see that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is David Merlin.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Merlin David. I'm the Executive Director of the Peninsula Friends of the Library. And I just want to thank you for always just being so supportive of everything that we do, everybody here. Thank you so much. We are having our June Celebrating Our Similarities event. And every month we have a Celebrating Our Similarities event, celebrating different groups in our community. This one is our Pride celebration, and we're going to have an amazing program with a lot of people from different aspects of life who are going to come and share their stories. We ask people to come and learn and show their support and respect and understanding. And we're going to have speakers like Scott Houston and Ian May and Sarah Betty Leenan who are going to come and just share their stories. The West Basin Municipal Water District was so thrilled with what we did last year that they are going to be sponsoring this event this this year. So we're so grateful for them for just stepping up and being part of it. We have Rhea Kidd from Long Beach who's going to be coming with her band Monkeys in the Aquarium, playing for it. Maricology, David Contreras is an opera singer from El Camino College, going to be coming and performing. And then we've got so many others. Sharon Kalani from the Torrance council member who's going to be coming and sharing her book about Rainbow, and it's just going to Mary Simon from the Redondo Library District and Emmanuel de la Paz Ramirez sharing their artwork with Vanessa Andrade. We have just so beverages from Reverend Coffee House, which is right across the street from us. We're going to have food there. And we celebrate art, clothing, books, dance, and music. It's ABCD-FM. It sounds like an old radio station. And that's a term I coined a little while back. And we'd love to celebrate all of this. So come on out, be a part of this, show your support, and just show how much our community is accepting and embracing of everyone. So we just challenge you and invite you to come on out and be a part of this. If you don't come to this one, come to one of the other events that we have. We have one every month, and we just try to do something to just showcase other different aspects of our community. Ta-da!
Merlin, you gotta say the date.
Say what?
You gotta say the date.
Oh, June 7, this Saturday from 2 to 4 p.m.
2 to 4.
June 7, this Saturday from 2 to 4 p.m. So come on out and be a part of it at the Peninsula Center Library, 650 Deep Valley Drive, right here in Rolling Hills Estates.
So right after the other event.
Right after the other event.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
you're
yeah.
2 to 4 and they're 11 to 1.
Yeah,
10 to
I think 10
or
to
10
1, right?
10 to 1,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah. But I'll be there too, but not doing the hula dancing.
You're dancing at both.
Yes, exactly. But come on out, guys. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Appreciate everything you guys do.
Thanks, Merlin.
Our next speaker is Ava Albuja.
Good evening,
Good evening.
Mayor Bradley, City Council, city staff. 4361 Exultant Drive. You have approved the budget to have that demoed. I heard from my sources that the owners have signed off and given you the authority to go ahead and demo that house. So I'm just asking to have that demo performed sooner rather than later. As you see today, we had rain. The goal is to get that one removed quickly. Also, when you're reviewing the work bids, make sure that there's no jackhammers, no heavy equipment that's going to vibrate the grounds. Keep in mind that my house and others are around that house, and we barely survived, and we want to make sure we continue to survive through the process of the demo. Other things to take into consideration is asbestos and lead. Those contaminants, make sure that when you're reviewing the bids that they take into account safely removal, and also not to leave that debris on the street itself. I grew up in construction, and my guys and my dad's guys, all the guys would always clean up prior to leaving the job every day. Please make sure that they do that. They do hose off the streets and make sure they don't leave trash, because we're going to drive that debris into our homes, into our driveways. So also start looking at the demo next door to that one, which is 4332 Dauntless. Again, weather-wise, it's concerning to have that house up too. I know there's going to have to be a lot of discussions on that one. That's right next door. Again, the goal is before the rainy season comes up. I appreciate all the work that you guys have done. Just trying to keep a track. Also, the last thing I ask is that you start looking at bringing Caltrans back to the table, back to PB Drive South. You have a fissure right in the middle of that PB Drive South that's about 8 feet wide. I see asphalt. I don't see support underneath that street. That fissure is huge. It's scary. It's hollow. I see hollow openings in the center of PB Drive South. It's just a matter of time that that's going to crack with a car going through it. So please get other sources. We have great news, great support for 986, but that money is not going to come for at least maybe a year to 2 years. So please start being proactive and getting other funds to get that street fixed. There's a lot of fissures on there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. You want to make a comment, Mr. City Manager?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, for the speaker's benefit and the council's benefit as well. The subject residence that the speaker spoke about is subject to the demolition through an abatement process. It'll probably happen near the end of the month, around the 23rd. We will properly notice all the residents and all the concerns that she expressed in terms of noise, vibration. I don't want to give any false expectations that there won't be any noise, because there will be noise. We're demoing a structure. There's going to be some grading, but we'll work to mitigate those noise and all the other impacts. We are taking into effect the asbestos, the air quality, and the dust. So all that'll be sorted out. But this is a construction project, so
Or deconstruction, as the case may be.
yes, it is a deconstruction project. So I just wanted to let the speaker know that.
Yeah, no,
But-
not a factor.
This isn't a back and forth. Sorry. Okay.
Our next
And
item,
then I don't know if you want to comment on the status of the black and gray,
The which one?
black and gray structure? The one next to it?
Yeah, so that we will start working with that property owner and.
But we currently do not have authority to actually go do anything on that property, correct?
Not at this point.
Thank you very much.
our next item is the city manager report.
And so I'll start with my report with good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the city council and our viewing audience. In fact, I thought the speaker on the non-agenda item was going to speak on this, but she saved me and gave it to me. Great news for the council and the public's benefit. As you know, and if you want to go to the next slide, we are co-sponsors of Assembly Bill 986, which is authored by Assembly Member Mirasucci. And this is a very similar bill to what Senator Allen tried last year, but it ended up dying on the floor.
You know what the difference is?
I'm sorry?
You know what the difference is between last year's bill and this year's bill?
What is the difference, Mr. Mayor?
This year's bill, you and I went up there and spoke in favor of it to the assembly. That's what did it.
Well, okay, yes, that's what did it, but this bill, so in addition to that, this bill, it's very important for the community because if one of the struggles that we've been facing as a city is, as we've been trying to get disaster assistance and disaster recovery, we have come to learn, and I think many other cities are starting to learn from what we've experienced, is landslides are not considered a natural disaster that is protected by the California Disaster Assistance Act or the Environmental Services Act. And so we have been working with our state representatives to amend the definition to include landslides. It failed last year. It passed the state assembly today 70-0 unanimously. So it'll move to the Senate. So this is very good news. We're hoping we're going to continue to put pressure on the Senate to make sure that this bill gets passed and the definitions change so we can actually start to get some disaster assistance. So please, if you want some information who to contact, reach out to me. This is huge. So thank you.
So I can't understate how important this bill is to get through the assembly and the state. This would add landslides as a covered disaster and emergency, which has been one of the things that has stymied the city from getting state and federal aid. They come back and say, well, it is not a covered emergency. So this would actually codify landslides being a stated emergency and eligible for state and federal funding. So can't underestimate how important this is. So if anyone wants to call Ben Allen or any of our state senators to add your voices to that, that would be well worth a phone call over the next week or two.
Yep. Thank you. So moving on, next slide. As you know, we are in the process of developing and establishing our in-house public safety department, and we are going through a lot of changes and recruitments and bringing people on board as we launch this program. And I know under the leadership of Jennifer Schmid, who is our public safety manager, we've been recruiting, and I'm very excited to announce that we've recruited a field training officer, Greg Miller, who comes from the city of Lakewood, where he worked with Jennifer. So I'd like to introduce Greg to the entire council and the community, because you're going to be out there patrolling. But I'd also like to give you the mic and say any remarks you'd like to as you introduce yourself to the community.
Thank you, Ara. Yes, as Ara indicated, my name is Gregory Miller. I am now the new Public Safety Field Training Officer. I come from the city of Lakewood, where I served for 3.5 years as a public safety officer, working on a multitude of assignments, including routine patrol, CSI, crime scene investigations, as well as field training officer, where I trained multiple other public safety officers. I'm very happy to be here. This truly is a homecoming of sorts for me as a born and raised San Pedro native. So RPV is exactly in my backyard. For me, I am very excited to get started, to begin our training process, to enhance the city's capabilities for law enforcement as well as community interactions. So I'm very happy to be here, and I thank you all for listening to me tonight.
Well, I just add my voice to the city managers. Welcome to the city of Rancho Palos Verdes. Welcome back to the South Bay. We're much nicer than the folks in Lakewood.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, city council members.
Thank you, Greg, and welcome. And for the public's benefit, and I don't know how many residents know, but our public safety division that was launched at the beginning of this year is to supplement the services that we provide, that are provided by the sheriff's department, and to try to keep those costs in check. We have brought in-house staff that actually will be patrolling our neighborhoods and patrolling our streets and doing non-sworn law enforcement duties. So there'll be extra ears and eyes out on our streets to keep our community safer. So that's so if you see those vehicles driving around, that's Greg and our public safety liaisons out there working for our community and its efforts to stay safe. So next slide. As we all know, the disappointing news about the cancellation of the BRIC grant, we were not discouraged by that. We said, okay, we're going to continue to find other funding sources and other grant opportunities. And sure enough, although FEMA canceled the BRIC grant, they did not cancel the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program. So that's still an active grant. And that grant is usually funds come to a state whenever there's a natural disaster. And so I know the unfortunate wildfires that happened in January led to dollars coming to the state of California. And because of that, we were able to apply for 2 grants. We submitted on May 29th a notice of interest for 2 of our projects. One is for the Portuguese Bend Landslide Remediation Project, a project that got canceled by the grant. The BRIC grant, we are now seeking hazard mitigation funds for its project cost of $40 million. We're requesting a $30 million grant, and $10 million will be non-federal match. This is somewhat similar to the BRIC grant in that there's a cost share, and so we are pursuing that. And in addition to that, those that are following what's happening in the landslide area and the voluntary buyout program, we also submitted a notice of interest seeking additional grant funds for what we're calling round 2 of the voluntary buyout program. So this is still a process that we have to go through. The applications are actually due in September, but we expressed an interest in seeking federal dollars for these 2 projects. Next slide. So if you haven't heard, it's that time of the year. June 5th, Thursday, is graduation for both of our high schools in the Palos Verdes Peninsula School District. So
Madam Director of Finance, have you heard about this?
No, but yes, so I just wanted to give a big shout out to all of our graduates of our local high schools, but I also want to give a shout out to 2 of our department heads have seniors that are graduating. Vina Ramos and her son Ian's graduating, and Dan Trotner and his daughter Catalina are graduating.
I did not know,
as well.
Dan.
So we've got 2 high school graduates, and I think when you guys started with the organization, your kids were kids in like grade school, and now they're off to college.
You should both be ashamed of yourself starting at 10 years old for having kids.
So we've got banners out, and if you see a graduate, wish them congratulations, class of 2025. Next slide. And if you haven't heard, Heal the Bay released their beach report card, and I am so pleased to announce that 2 of our beaches in Rancho Palos Verdes got a grade A+, and that's the Abalone Cove Beach and Long Point at Terranea. So our waters are safe to swim in, unlike some other areas in the Southland. So good job, because we all take care of our streets, and we don't use pesticides and all those elements that end up polluting our waters. We keep them clean. So one of the blessings of living on the Palos Verdes Peninsula. Next slide. And as you know, I'm mentioning this at every city manager's report because we have 9 vacancies on our youth advisory committee, and we need youth that are in the grades 7th through 12th grade to submit their applications. We're going to go through the interview process, and we need to recruit those 9 seats. Applications are due by June 30th. So if you know anyone in the grades of 7 to 12 that live in Rancho Palos Verdes and part of our school system, that could be the private or public schools, to submit applications is a great way to have the youth's voice expressed in what we do in city government. Next slide. And of course, summer is upon us, graduation, and what comes after that is all the fun activities that we have at the Ken Dida Civic Center. We are starting the Movies in the Park. The first one's June 14th, so mark your calendars if you want to watch a family-friendly film under the stars at the Civic Center. Come out, save the date, June 14th. We've got Top Gun. That's an old movie there. A classic, July 12th. And then August 9th is The Wild Robot. So, and then next slide. Of course, we've got our annual July 4th event. This used to be a daytime event, but it's shifted since our 50th anniversary to an afternoon event. It is a huge success. If you want something to do and you don't want to drive off the peninsula, come to the Civic Center. We have thousands of people that come out. We have music, dancing, food trucks, arts and crafts. But the best part of it is we have a drone show, about 200 drones. That is about a 12 to 15-minute program. It is actually a spectacular event. If you haven't come, please make an effort to come early, because the parking lot gets really full. So mark your calendars. July 4th this year is on Friday.
Bring a chair.
Yes, bring a chair. As we heard from the speaker, the city also joins in celebrating Pride during the month of June. And I know the library district's doing their event this coming Saturday. Next slide. And then right around the corner is Flag Day. And so if you've noticed that all of our intersections throughout our city, on Western Avenue, on Hawthorne, they're all covered with flags. And we put the flags up on Memorial Day, and they will stay up through July 4th. And so remember to pull out your flags on next Saturday, not this coming Saturday, following Saturday, June 14th. Next slide. And then, of course, the next day is Father's Day. And I just want to take a moment for all of the fathers in the room and all of our fathers. And thank you for all you do and fixing all the things around the house. I know my father's not with me anymore, but I always think of him and always hear him telling me how to do things. So you never forget fathers. So thank you. And last slide. And of course, we have a birthday in the house. I want to just take a moment to wish Councilmember George Lewis a happy birthday. And that concludes my report.
Thank you very much, Mr. City Manager. We're going to go back in the agenda a little bit. We have a request to speak on a non-agenda item. Dana, come on up.
Thank you very much. Apparently, I've never spoken on a non-agenda item, so I didn't know I needed to sign in for it. I thought it was like open mic. So very grateful. Thank you. 2 things. One is very positive. The other I'm a little bit concerned about. Okay. Best thing I read today was the article about Wayfarers Chapel getting relocated onto the city property. Bravo. Thank you. My wife reminded me it has been 36 years ago that we got married there. And for the past 25 years, we've always enjoyed the view of the steeple coming up through the trees. And it was a devastating day when that disappeared from our view. So thank you for Ara. Thank you for Mr. Carr and the city council for pulling that off. I know it's got more work to be done, but it was the best thing I read all day. So thank you. My area of concern, I raised this with Ara a little bit and got pushed over to Gordon. The mouth of Altamira Canyon is closed off. The landslide has pushed up the soil. There is now deep mud beds, which tells me all the water that's coming down Altamira Canyon is no longer making it to the ocean. We are doing yeoman's work to get the water out of the ground. We're now creating a huge pool, and I'm thinking a couple 100 yards long by the width of the canyon. All that water is percolating into the ground. It's self-evident by the mud flat. So I just want to let you guys know. It kind of sent me over to Gordon. Gordon said, geez, that's city land. I'm in charge of getting the water out, not grading land. So something needs to be done, either a heavy piece of equipment on the beach, or let's get a volunteer crew of 20 guys with with shovels and axes, and let's go down there and let's clear it out, because the water needs to flow before the winter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dana.
Our next item is the consent calendar.
Do we have any speakers on any? Okay. Anybody want to pull anything? Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay.
Councilmember Paris Down,
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis,
Yes.
Councilmember Ferraro,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Seo,
Yes.
Mayor Bradley.
Yes.
Motion passes. With that, we can move to our first item. Consideration to revise the City Council adopted housing element to remove site numbers 16, 18, and 19 from the housing sites inventory. Notice of the public hearing was duly published, late correspondence was distributed, and I currently have 11 requests to speak.
Okay, thank you very much. I will declare the public hearing open and request a staff report.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Joining me tonight is Deputy Director Octavio Silva. He's available on Zoom, and then also Senior Planner Jessica Bobbitt. For this agenda item, we will review the California Department of Housing and Community Development, or HCD's, formal review letter of the proposed draft revisions to the city's certified housing element to remove sites number 16, 18, and 19 from the housing sites inventory. This had originally been scheduled for March 18th, but we received late correspondence letters leading up to that meeting that raised some issues that we wanted to consider further. And as part of that, staff have evaluated those issues and the potential build out of both the current adopted zoning and the potential build out where the zoning, if the zoning were to be restored and the sites removed from the housing element. I will start by providing some history for the record and context of the process to date, and then I'll provide some information on the potential build-out scenarios for the 3 sites. What you're asked tonight is whether you want to restore the zoning of the sites, which would be for the site number 16 on Clipper. It would be restoring it to RS4. RS is for our residential single family. And the underlying institutional zone for sites 18 and 19, or to retain the adopted zoning RM, residential multifamily 22 for site 16, and residential overlay district for sites 18 and 19. You don't have to have that memorized. I will come back and revisit that. Next slide. So the general plan underlies all land use decisions in the city, and pursuant to state law, there are different elements that have to be a part of the general plan. Part of that is the mandatory housing element. And the housing element assesses the current and projected housing needs for all economic segments of the community. For background, I'm going to go through the timeline of events related to this 6th cycle housing element for Rancho Palos Verdes, which covers the period of 2021 to 2029. I did present more detailed information when we were adopting the housing element on April 16th last year. So I'm just going to provide some of the key points that are relevant to tonight's discussion. For municipalities in the Southern California Association of Governments, or SCAG region, the 6th cycle housing elements were initially due on October 15th of 2021, and there was a 120-day grace period to have that adopted housing element compliant with state housing laws, bringing that deadline to February 15th of 2022. The first step in updating a housing element is for a municipality to prepare a draft housing element and submit it to HCD for initial review. This has to be done, the very first draft has to be done before a city can adopt it. So the city gathering public input is part of the process in preparing the draft. So on on August 24th of 2021, this City Council and Planning Commission held a joint study session regarding the housing element update. On September 25th of 2021, an open house was held on the housing element update. And then on October 12th of 2021, the Planning Commission held a public hearing to review the draft housing element. Concurrent to the city preparing and holding the public meetings for the draft housing element, the state legislature also adopted Senate Bill 9 or SB 9, which was signed by the governor in September of 2021. This changed the fabric of single-family residential zoning in the state of California. I'm going to discuss that in more detail. I just wanted to have it in the timeline that was, being adopted at the same time that we were, as municipalities in the SCAG region, were being required to complete our housing elements. On October 12th, the Planning Commission held that public hearing, and the subject sites that are being considered tonight, 16 and 18, were on that original draft sites inventory. They were sites 5 and 4 respectively in that initial draft. At the time, subject site 19 was likely not included because it was still in use by Marymount, but it was added subsequently. On November 19th of 2021, following the required process and timeline of posting and notification, that draft housing element was submitted to HCD. On January 1st of 2022, SB 9 became effective. This essentially allowed for up to 4 dwelling units on a single family lot in California in accordance with the adopted state regulations. On January 18th of 2022, the city received the first response letter from HCD on that draft housing element, which found that the housing element was not in compliance with the state housing laws. Considering the significant increases in the regional housing needs allocation or RHNA distribution in the 6th cycle compared to prior rounds, as well as the cumbersome housing element requirements related to affirmatively furthering for fair housing, and the burdens of proof that HCD was requesting of municipalities to demonstrate that the site's inventories could be accommodated or could accommodate the RHNA allocation, the state did extend the deadline for submittal of a compliant housing element to October 15th of 2022. So they gave an additional year to complete that. And it was because a lot of municipalities were running into the same issues that, that RPV was. The city staff worked diligently to pursue that new extended deadline and try to meet that. On March 22nd of 2022, the city sent a letter to HCD expressing concerns about the HCD comments, that it was a one-size-fits-all approach, and requested the HCD staff visit RPV to understand the city's method of identifying locations. In April of 2022, the Zero Clipper Road site, Site 16 for consideration tonight, was purchased by the current owner. In May 2022, the city hosted a tour of the housing sites inventory sites with HCD representatives, the City Council subcommittee members, members of the Planning Commission, and city staff. And this provided the city an opportunity to explain the unique circumstances to RPV in selecting housing sites. On August 11th of 2022, the Planning Commission and City Council held a joint public hearing, and the City Council adopted a revised draft housing element based on HCD's feedback. This version was submitted to HCD for review in order to meet that October 15, 2022 deadline to adopt a housing element compliant with the state housing laws. This submittal initiated the HCD 60-day review period, with HCD required to provide a response by October 14th of 2022. On October 14th of 2022, the day before the extended housing element deadline, HCD issued a letter that the housing element still needed revisions in order to comply with the state housing laws. There were a significant number of municipalities in the SCAG region that received similar letters at the same time, so compliance was very difficult to achieve. During the period following that October 14th letter, there was informal review and communication with HCD. They had recommended going through an informal review process for quicker response and feedback. The city was required to demonstrate the feasibility for development of each site listed on the site's inventory, which included a very comprehensive consultant analysis. In January of 2024, HCD staff reversed their stance on the informal review and said that the city, for the city to get a more proper review, a revised draft housing element should be submitted through their formal review process. As soon as that was conveyed to city staff, the city immediately initiated the required posting and noticing requirements and submitted the revised draft housing element to HCD for formal review. On April 5th of 2024, HCD issued a letter to the city stating that the revised draft housing element addressed most statutory requirements, but would not be found in full compliance until the sites were rezoned to accommodate the RHNA. Therefore, the city adopted both the housing element by resolution and the rezoning by urgency ordinance on April 16th of 2024 in order to be in full compliance with the state housing laws. On June 4th of 2024, the city adopted an additional urgency ordinance to incorporate non-substantive revisions recommended by HCD into the zoning and introduced the same regulations by regular ordinance. On June 18th of 2024, the City Council adopted the rezoning by regular ordinance. However, due to HCD staff stating that site number 16 could be removed and still the housing element would still meet the RHNA, City Council directed staff to evaluate the properties that could be removed from this housing site's inventory while remaining in compliance with all of state housing laws. On September 3rd of last year, City Council reviewed the staff's analysis and gave direction to staff to work with HCD to prepare a draft housing element to remove sites 16, 18, and 19 from the housing sites inventory. The reason these sites were selected for possible removal is due to the minimal number of units that they would produce. The types of units would be market rate and not serve lower income housing, which is a priority for HCD, and that the removal of these, with the removal of these, the city would still be able to meet the RHNA requirements. The full process to be followed was provided on page 6 of your staff report, which is how the city staff has proceeded. The city reviewed the full housing element to make the necessary draft revisions that reflected the City Council's direction. As required by state housing element law, the draft revised housing element was posted on the city's website and made available to the interested parties 7 days before it was submitted to HCD. The draft revised housing element was submitted for formal review to HCD on November 26th of 2024 to determine if the revisions removing the 3 sites would be in compliance with all state housing laws. While within that required 7-day posting and notification to interested parties timeframe before that draft revised housing element could be submitted, on November 21st, the owner of Zero Clipper Road submitted an SB 330 preliminary application, which locks in the zoning at the time of submittal and establishes a 180-day timeline to submit a full application under that zoning. I'm going to go into a little more detail about SB 330 a little bit later in my presentation. On January 23rd of 2025, the Community Development Department received a letter from HCD addressing the formal review process, which I will discuss in the next slide. And then on May 21st of 2025, the owner of Zero Clipper Road submitted the full application in compliance with the SB 330 deadline. And I'll go over that process. So next slide. The City Council is now being asked to review HCD's formal review letter of the proposed draft revisions to the City Council adopted 2021-2029 housing element to remove sites 16, 18, and 19 from the housing sites inventory. On January 23rd, 2025, the Community Development Department did receive that letter from HCD stating that the city's housing element with the draft proposed revisions to remove those 3 sites would continue to comply with the state housing law once the amendments had been adopted, submitted, and reviewed by HCD. The letter also stated that HCD is aware that the preliminary application has been submitted to the city for site number 16, the Clipper site. This portion of HCD's letter acknowledged the city's responsibility to comply with the SB 330 preliminary application process. As I noted earlier in the timeline, the timeframe of the initial review of the 2021-2029 housing elements, SB 9, was passed in September of 2021 and became effective January 1st of 2022. SB 9 essentially eliminated single-family zoning in California. State legislators, when discussing this bill, continued to state that 4 means 4, ultimately that any single-family lot of at least 2,400 square feet would be allowed to have up to 4 dwelling units. And this could be done in one of 2 ways. So there was, with SB 9, there were two different components. One was an urban lot split. With that, you could take any single-family lot, and it could then be further split into 2 lots. With that, there could then be 2 dwelling units on each of those lots. That would be 4 units for what was the original lot. The alternative was if a property owner chose not to use the urban lot split, they could build 2 dwelling units plus an ADU and a JADU. So there's 4 units. So no matter what, any single family lot can be built, can have 4 dwelling units built on it, whether it's then further subdivided and there's 2 on each, or it's 4 units on the single family. So the city's consultant, DUDEC, prepared a potential site feasibility study for site number 16 to provide a better understanding of the implications of SB 9 at the site if the RS4 zoning were restored compared to the proposed project submitted by the owner under the adopted RM22 zoning. The site feasibility study details the potential property build-out using the SB 9 regulations that would potentially allow for 20 dwelling units if the site RS4 zoning designation were to be restored. So next slide. So under the RS4 residential single family, site 16, if that were to be restored, site 16 could be subdivided into 5 lots. That is with the regular subdivision regulations, creating parcels that would comply with the minimum lot standards, resulting in 5 lots total for the site. Each RS4 lot then could be developed with as many as 4 units under SB 9, with a total of 20 dwelling units. Under the scenario shown, under the feasibility study, lots 1, 2, 3, and 5 in this configuration could be further subdivided in that urban lot split and then have 2 housing units on each. Lot 4, as you can see in this configuration, and this is just one configuration, this was just one scenario just to demonstrate the maximum build out. Under this one, lot 4, because of the flag lot shape to it, it wasn't realistic for that to have a lot split. That lot though could be developed with a duplex and an ADU and a JADU, again, another 4 dwelling units. So of these 9 resulting lots, there would be the opportunity for 9 ownership opportunities with a total of 20 dwelling units. And here's a comparison of the build out of either restoring the RS4 that is subject to the SB 9, which could be up to 20 dwelling units, versus retaining the RM22 with the owner's proposal of 16 dwelling units. And we'll go into a little more detail in the next 2 slides. So this is a comparison of the scenarios for site 16. This goes over the difference between reverting back to the RS4 zoning, where SB 9 could be utilized versus the RM22 zoning and the proposal that was submitted. This is comparing the DUDEC evaluation and the proposal. Although the height is, that would be allowed under the RM22 is much taller than what is in the RM4, there still would be some amount of view evaluation through the required findings of the conditional use permit and grading permit that the applicant has submitted. For the parking, for the RS4 scenario, there would be, for those 20 dwelling units, the city would only be able to require 15 off-street parking spaces for all those dwelling units. 15, correct. And this is due to SB 9's leniency regarding parking requirements, as well as for that site for ADU and JADU parking leniency. For the proposed project under RM22, that, however, there would have approximately 35 off-street parking spaces for the 16 dwelling units. Similarly, the number of driveway accesses would be 3 times as many under the RS4 scenario compared to the current application under RM22, because each of those lots would need to have their separate accesses. For the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, under RS4 with SB 9, under that scenario, the development would be exempt. The state regulations for SB 9 mandate that these projects are exempt from CEQA review. This would mean that under RS4 scenario, there would be no evaluation of geological, biological, storm drainage, traffic, et cetera. The proposed project under RM22, however, would be required to have a full CEQA environmental review. The RS4 scenario wouldn't have planning commission or city council review. They are ministerial approvals with no public hearing. And again, that's based on SB 9. However, the proposed project under RM22 would go before the planning commission and could be appealed to city council. As noted in the last slide, the RS4 scenario would be ministerial review and would not require neighborhood compatibility, a grading permit, or a conditional use permit. The RM22, however, would have some limited neighborhood compatibility review. It would require a grading permit, and because it's proposing condo development, it requires a conditional use permit, which is a discretionary entitlement. I will now go over the comparison for sites 18 and 19 of either reverting the zoning back to just the institutional zone or to maintain the residential overlay district. This isn't quite as complex because it's not going from residential to residential. Should sites 18 and 19 be removed from the sites inventory, those subject sites would remain the original zoning designations of institutional with the removal of the residential overlay. No residential development is permitted under the underlying zoning, that institutional zoning. However, it should be noted that student housing or dormitories may be permitted under institutional zoning with a conditional use permit. So the ROD, the residential overlay district, allows for specific levels of residential development on each of these sites. Removal of the ROD would maintain that institutional use, which does include that student housing possibility. However, it would remove the ability to develop residential otherwise. Maintaining the ROD for site 18 allows a maximum of 12 residential units on that site, and for site 19 allows for a maximum of 8 residential units. And the assumption is that these sites would yield above moderate income housing. I want to discuss that preliminary application process, that SB 330 process that I mentioned, and that HCD mentioned in their letter, and where we're at in that process. SB 330 allows an applicant to submit a preliminary application to lock in the zoning at the time that the preliminary application is submitted without having to have all of the application materials prepared. Once submitted, the applicant will then have 180 days to prepare and submit the full application. On November 21st of 2024, an SB 330 preliminary application was submitted for the Zero Clipper Road site, site 16 on the housing sites inventory of the housing element. On May 19th, prior to the submittal of the project applications, City staff met with the property owner to convey concerns that the city and the area residents had so that the property owner may consider revisions to the project plans. On May 21st, the project was submitted in compliance with the SB 330 deadline, and the applicant submitted the application for entitlements and paid the fee statement for consideration of the required project applications, including a coastal permit, conditional use permit, major grading permit, density bonus request, residential plan development permit, and tentative tract map. At this time, the Planning Division is in the process of reviewing the submitted application materials for completeness. On May 28th, city staff coordinated a neighborhood meeting with approximately 25 area residents, the property owner, the applicant team, and the City Council Housing Subcommittee members, Mayor Bradley and Councilmember Peristam. The area residents expressed concerns regarding the proposed project, including but not limited to view impacts, project height, neighborhood compatibility, and environmental and safety concerns such as land movement and storm drainage. Based on the discussion at the neighborhood meeting, the city is forming a working group with the selected few residents that represent the surrounding neighborhood and properties located on Arrowroot Lane to gather their requests and concerns regarding the proposed project and bring those to the table with the applicant. Staff received 4 public comments expressing support of removing sites 16, 18, and 19 from the housing sites inventory and expressing concerns specifically regarding Zero Clipper Road, site 16, included in the staff report. And staff received an additional 3 public comments since the posting of the agenda, which have been distributed to City Council as late correspondence. For staff recommendation, we've basically gone through number 1 and number 2. We've reviewed the HCD formal review letter of the proposed draft revisions of the housing element to remove sites 16, 18, and 19 from the housing sites inventory. We reviewed the potential zoning build-out scenarios for sites 16, 18, and 19, comparing either restoring the sites to their original designation or retaining the current housing elements designation. And then the remaining 2 staff recommendations would be based on HCD's letter and the zoning build-out scenario. City Council is to determine whether to retain the existing housing element zoning adopted by the City Council or to restore the original zoning by initiating public hearing proceedings to consider adopting a draft revised housing element to remove sites 16, 18, and 19 and amending the general plan, zoning code, zoning map to effectuate those revisions. If the City Council determines to retain the existing housing element designation for site 16, the request would be to direct staff to notify Coastal Commission to proceed with processing the LCP amendment, the local coastal plan amendment. Or if the City Council determines to initiate the zone change proceedings to restore the original zoning, the recommendation would be to continue the public hearing to June 17th to direct staff to bring back a resolution to rescind the city's request to the California Coastal Commission to consider the amendments to the LCP and zoning map. And thank you. That concludes my presentation. So I'll open up for questions and then the public hearing.
So before we get to public testimony, does anybody have questions of staff? Yes, Councilman Peristam.
Thank you, Mayor. I have 2 questions, Randy. What's the flexibility to revise the plan that was submitted last week under 330? For the applicant to revise that plan, coming in at a later date?
Yeah, they can definitely revise their plan as long as they're meeting the requirements to respond. So if we were to, for example, in the 30-day timeframe that we have to deem it complete or incomplete, if it's deemed incomplete, they could make revisions. They could make revisions now. They could make a request to put things on hold. And it would just stay the review period in order to consider modifications. So they could make revisions to their application.
Is there any limits on how little or how much of a revision could take place?
To align with the preliminary application, to to align with their preliminary application, I believe it's a 20% difference that they can make, and that could be an increase or decrease of 20%. That being said, as long as the zoning is in place, they could come in with an application that is aligned with that zoning at any level. So they could go beyond the 20% difference like they wanted to reduce it more than the 20%. As far as like height or square footage is another one that would be that 20%, the number of units or the square footage. But if they wanted to revise the height, the layout, that there's a lot of flexibility there and still staying within the original preliminary application.
Okay, thank you. My other question is, could you walk us through how you get from R4 to a maximum of 20 units? Because I think there was 3 ways to do that. And the third way is the way that we got to 20. So that would be helpful.
Yeah, so let's go back one more slide. So the initial would be just a standard subdivision. So that they can subdivide through the standard subdivision regulations and still comply with the site, the lot size requirements, and have five lots. So you start with those 5 lots just with our regular subdivision. Once those are subdivided, each of those can go through an urban lot split with SB 9. And so with that, that's where this comes into play. Most probably doing an urban lot split is going to, gain them the most value. That's, just looking at versus having 2 full-size units, a JADU and an ADU. Instead, it would be, basically 4 full-size units. So on those original 5. So those original 5 lots, now we're talking about 4 of those being urban lot splits, the 5th one then having 4 units. So that's where you have the 20. So now you have 9 lots. One can have 4 units, the others can have 2 units each. Does that? Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
So I do have a question since we started this. So this is in this scenario where we had 9 basically lots and then building those out with multiple units on each one of those. That is where we would only be able to zone for 15 off-street parking spots for 20 residents.
You could only require that. Yep.
So by definition, 5 of the units would be on-street parking 100% of the time, and the other 15 units would only have 1 off-street parking. So you could,
if that's how they chose to develop. Certainly, they could choose to put more parking on their site, but we could only require the 15.
Right. But if somebody was trying to maximize and so the worst case scenario for the city, which off-street parking or on-street parking is always a major concern. By going to the RS4, we could be almost ensuring, most people have at least 1 car, most people have 2, that we would have roughly 15 on-street parking opportunities, roughly.
If you looked at the difference, if we go to that table, if you look at the difference, the 15 versus the proposed project of only 16 units has 35 spaces.
Right, so that would be 2 per unit off-street. Okay, thank you. Yes, Councilman Lewis.
Maybe I should know this answer already, but if these tracks are on land, which is not sliding, what is the nearest point of recent landslide activity to these tracks?
The land movement has remained within the ancient landslide complex, so it's not expected as well. This will have to go through under the RM22. It would have to go through that environmental review, the CEQA review process. So it would have to be demonstrated that this would be stable.
And this land has slid?
No,
Not at all.
no.
How far is the nearest point away that has slid that we've identified? How many feet or yards away?
I can answer that. So,
Ballpark.
so the Portuguese Bend landslide complex is not in this general area. We've mapped that. It's outside this area. However, on, I believe it's 7C Cove, on the seaward side of that residence, there is land movement. There's an escarpment, but that's on the bluff side away from this lot. And I would say it's the lot across the street, and then you go on the seaward side in the backyard of that lot.
So in plain speak, we're within 20 or 30 yards from land that's moved?
There's a isolated landslide that's been there historically. There was a home there that was demolished years ago, I think in the 80s. And so with the recent rain, we saw an activation of that landslide, but it's on the bluff, and the geologist has looked at it in response to what we experienced during the rain events, and did not express a concern about it expanding into the nearby homes, especially the home that's upslope from it.
But George, I think the answer to your question for where the current landslide, what we're considering the Portuguese Bend landslide that's impacting Palos Verdes Drive South, the nearest point of movement for that would be up on the Plum Tree property going down through Wayfarers Chapel along PV Drive South.
Yeah,
That's the
point would be-
closest of the major land movement, and that's where the fissure on the backside of Jim York's property.
That's pretty close.
It is.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Let us move to testimony from the public. I think we had 11 speakers.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. So let me just ask the public as you come up to speak. We will hear everyone. We're going to give everyone 3 minutes. In the sake of time, if you have heard somebody before you say what you want to say, you can say, I agree with the previous speaker. That is going to have as much weight for us as if you then reiterate exactly what the previous speaker said. Just to get through this. Right now, we're going to be we'll be here for at least 30 minutes. With everybody having 3 minutes. With that, let's call the first speaker.
And Mr. Mayor, just to be clear, you did open up the public hearing
I
at
did.
the very beginning. Thank
Yes. Yes, I did. Madam City Clerk would have corrected me by now.
Our first speaker is Dana Ireland, followed by Steve Hu and Shahzad Khaleh.
Hey, Dana, it's a twofer tonight, huh?
It's a rare night out for me, so I got to take advantage of this. Thank you. My name's Dana Ireland. I live at 1C Cove Drive. In full disclosure, I share 125 foot of common property line with this development. I don't pretend to be a subject matter expert when it comes to development. I have developed 6 homes in RPV within a quarter mile of this location. So I do understand the process. I understand working with staff. And as I listen to staff tonight, from my perspective, if you have a home, you're allowed to build an ADU, you're allowed to build a junior unit. That's a home. That's not 3 separate ownerships. In fact, by code, you are not allowed to have separate ownership in that mode. So if this was to remain in our RS4, then we would have the possibility, if it's economically viable and is doable, there's many conditions that factor into this decision. It's not a theoretical mathematical layout. It is, what will the market bear? What can we sell it for? and what does it accomplish? So I'm not sure that if you built 4 homes there, that each home would want to have an ADU and a junior unit as well. So this math gets a little interesting. Under RM 22, we're talking about 16 homes, right? But they're large homes. They're very tall homes. They're maybe not the most attractive. I won't debate that. Never want to call somebody's baby ugly, so I will not do that. That being said, from my perspective, having lived in this neighborhood for 22 years, it's a very unique neighborhood. There's a lot of architectural diversity in our neighborhood. There are people that live in our neighborhood. I'm at 22 years in the neighborhood, I'm young. There are people here with 50 years experience, many people who live there longer than I have. So it's a wonderful, stable environment. I don't lend a lot of credence to the landslide issues. I've looked at that pretty closely. I want to be focused on what is the right development. The developer has every right to develop his property. I would never say he doesn't. But are we going to enrich him because we're fearful that the code will allow him to build 20 units versus 16? And I don't believe that every home in RPV wants an ADU. I don't believe every owner of every home in RPV wants an ADU. And then in addition to that, a junior unit. So I believe under the RS4 code, there still remains a parking requirement. Now, it's not there for the ADU and it's not there for the JUD, but it's still there for the home. So I think that that's a little bit of a spurious argument. So I'm out of time.
So thank you very much, Dana.
Thank you for your service.
I do just want to make a comment that under SB 9, and I think Brandy has tried to say, and I'll reiterate, and Brandy, correct me where I'm wrong, that it takes away significant amount of control from the city, and the amount of off-street parking has always been one of our critical issues on that, because it specifically takes away our ability to say you have to have our off-street parking for every unit. Now, you're right. I mean, we are trying to look at worst case to try to balance out. I mean, we are truly here to try to come up with the best solution for the neighborhood. Maybe not everybody agrees with that, but we are. So that's what we're trying to do. And off-street parking, to me, and on-street parking and the amount of cars that could be put into a neighborhood based on SB 9, certainly on a neighborhood with relatively narrow streets, really concerns me for somebody being put in by right and being able to cause a traffic jam in the event of emergency. So that's one of the things that we're trying to wrestle with to come up with the best solution.
I agree. If I could make just one more suggestion, I know I'm out of time. Sure. I would suggest staff does a gross calculation of build out under an RM 22 and under the existing RS4 zoning. My guess is the square footage is dramatically lower under an RS4. I think that's an exercise that the city should look into. Okay, because that will give you your bulk and your mass. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Steve Su, followed by Shahzad Khalil.
Hi, Steve.
Hi, I'm a resident of Clipper Road, just 2 doors south of the proposed property here, development property here. Okay, so I think many of the many of present that we like to have a zoning district RS4, and but I'm here to just talk about stuff that the staff mentioned about the comparison between RS4 and RM22. And one of the things I had a chance to see Jessica this morning, and she gave me the table that comparing the two. And initially, when you look at it, or you can build a 20 units versus 16 units proposed by the current developer. But if you look more carefully, you see a huge difference between in terms of size of the development and so on. The latest proposed development consists of 6 units. 2 of the units, it's 4-story high, over 40 feet from the lowest point to the highest point. And I know that zoning requirement is only 36 feet, but they're counting part of the first floor to be subterranean in order to overcome that requirement there. And then entire south side of the property is just tower and tower after that, just broken the ocean view there and so on. And then so the one of the things that I did look into that is the square footage. The proposed development is over 54,000 square feet. And if you go down to RS4, based on the open space requirement and the height requirement and so on, most likely the size of the development will be reduced down to less than 20,000 square feet because basically RS4 is 1 story or 1 and 1.5 story, partial story and so on. Whereas we're talking about basically 4-story buildings on the most of the proposed units here. So I really like to planning department to look into square footage in addition to all the parameters because it doesn't say anything about the square footage, but I can clearly see that there's a huge difference in the square footage between RS4 and RM22. And then the answering to one of the councilman's question regarding to where's the nearest landslide area, I did have quite a bit of pictures and so on over the course of years and so on. The nearest spot is about 650 feet away from the proposed property. And the land is moving. I have a picture from last year versus this year. There's approximately 4 feet of movement there. And I do have actually have pictures to show you that. Yeah. So please consider those parameters.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. And then let me just give you the picture over there.
Give it to city clerk, please. Brandy, just a quick question. The ability for the city to control setbacks and lot coverage under SB 9 versus under the RS 22, we are drastically limited on what we can do for setbacks under SB 9, correct?
Correct. There is the point of the square, the total square footage. It would most probably be smaller overall because, it'd be the main unit could be a larger unit than, the secondary unit would be smaller for those on the SB 9. However, the setbacks, the city wouldn't have really much say on on what the setback could be.
So you could conceivably see setbacks down to what would be the minimum setback from the lot line?
4 feet.
Huh?
4 feet.
4 feet. So that outline that you showed, each one of those units or coverage could go up to 4 feet to all of those individual subdivided lots.
I would say that the second unit on each of those subdivided, the urban lot split subdivided lots, the second unit could go to 4 feet.
So the amount of coverage on the overall, so maybe it's not as high, but the amount of lot coverage could be higher or drastically higher under an SB 9 urban lot split than under the RS 422
We wouldn't have a lot of say on the lot coverage itself. It would just be on the size of the second unit. And even with that, the state is always looking to revise that. And I know that they stripped away some of the restrictions of what municipalities can do as far as limiting the size. So, that's just something that we have to make sure that even what we have in our SB 9 regulations as a municipality could be upheld.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Shazad Khaleh, followed by Kathy Malay.
Good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Mayor Bradley?
Yes.
No, just saying good evening to the members of the council and to city staff.
Can you do me a favor? Get to the mic, just so everybody can hear you online.
Sorry, I'm too tall. So we've been maneuvering to Sacramento, to San Diego, to San Francisco, just for the Clipper law. There is this misconception that because city council has adopted an ordinance to upzone Clipper lot from RS4 to RM22, that's a law now and is in effect. According to Pursuant to Government Code Section 65589.5, Subdivision 01, a housing development project is subject only to ordinance not only adopted but also in effect at the time of the application submittal. Now, the keywords here is the effect, how a code at a local level can become a law and in effect. If it is in non-coastal jurisdiction, 30 days after 30 days after adoption of the ordinance, it becomes the law. But if it is in the coastal jurisdiction, as is Clipper law, the Coastal Commission retains oversight over all amendments on an LCP before a law change can take effect. And I already submitted the coastal link to that, which has the process for the legal process for a law to become effective in a coastal zone. A lot of the report that we hear from the staff and a lot of discussion we have here, it applies to non-coastal jurisdiction law. Coastal has a specific rule that under no circumstances, there is no exception for changing a density of a lot in a coastal jurisdiction. So I don't understand this SB9 and the RS4 can be split to 5 lots and 4 units in each lot is beyond my understanding. So what I'm trying to say here is because in the absence of approval and certificate of the coastal, Clipper lot, as of today, as of this minute, it remains at RS4. That RM2, RM22 is illegal. It has not taken the effect. And any LCP that goes to coastal, most of the time is denied the first time. It goes through the series of submission and revision. And then at the final acceptance, that becomes a certified approval of the coastal. At that moment, that change in the local level becomes the law. So as of today, we don't have any vested rights, preliminary application, housing accountability. None of those applies because as of this minute, Clipper lot is at RS4. So please go ahead, go forward, remove the Clipper lot from housing element and proceed with the removal of the LCP application from coastal. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kathy Millay, followed by Brian Wright Bushman.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. My name is Kathy Millay, and I am a resident of the community of Abalone Cove. I'm here tonight to strongly request the City Council to direct staff to initiate the public hearing proceedings to adopt the revised housing element to remove the Clipper lot, site number 16, and to allow zero Clipper to retain its original RS4 zoning. I appreciate the work, the position the city's in trying to navigate against competing demands. And I want to acknowledge staff's effort to work with all parties on this issue. The neighborhood's not against development of this lot. We understand that housing will have to be built, but there appears to be contradictory information regarding what is currently allowed to be built on the site. While the city has taken steps towards rezoning this lot from RS4 to RM22, this process is not yet complete. Therefore, at this time, zero Clipper zoning remains RS4. The city attorney has even gone on record stating the rezoning of Clipper lot is, quote, not yet effective since it is pending certification by the Coastal Commission, end quote. And I have a couple comments on the presentation was said earlier. I hear the concern about off-street parking. These are going to be multi-million-dollar units. The scenarios we showed were kind of worst case scenario. I can't imagine anybody coming in to buy a multi-million-dollar property and everybody wanting to have these rental properties, as was mentioned earlier, that there is market conditions out there. And I can't imagine anybody buying property without having parking associated with it on this brand new multi-million-dollar. So when I hear those arguments, I don't think it's going to come out. If that really were the case, you'd hear the developer arguing to go for RS4 too. He's not. He's asking for the other ones. And I can't imagine 36-story buildings. The developer went into escrow on an RS4 property. An RS4 still allows the developer to pursue the vision he originally went under contract for. It appears the city is setting the development bar at RM22 and trying to work with both parties to bring it down a little bit. I propose we keep it at RS4 and work with the developer and residents to maybe raise it up and let the developer maximize the RS4 property. Again, I just strongly request that the city retains this property as RS4. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
Our next speaker is Brian Wright Bushman, followed by Dan Broning.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Bradley, City Council members. My name is Brian Wright Bushman. I'm with Rand, Pastor, and Nelson, and we represent the owner and applicant for Clipper. First, I'd just like to say we have submitted some written correspondence, so I recommend that to your attention, but I'd like to address a few things and reiterate a few points. First, I want to reiterate the point in the staff report that the applicant is currently in ongoing conversations with your staff, with your housing planning, your housing subcommittee, excuse me, and residents to hear concerns and to try to revise the project as possible and as necessary to address those concerns. That process is ongoing. The applicant is very willing to continue that process, and we see that process as the best way forward to currently maintain the status quo while hearing the concerns and trying to address those in a collaborative fashion. So we would urge the council to take actions consistent with allowing that process to move forward and not making any changes to the zoning of the property at this time. Second, just to address comments that were made previously. So as the council is aware, the council has adopted a resolution which changed the general plan for the site. That resolution has taken effect. The resolution also changed the specific plan, the coastal specific plan, to RM22. From the city's perspective, that resolution was in effect, was adopted and in effect at the time that the preliminary application was submitted. The urgency ordinance that changed the zoning was adopted and in effect at the time that the preliminary application was submitted. And the resolution which requested that the Coastal Commission approve the LCP amendment was also adopted and in effect at the time that the preliminary application was submitted. So all of those actions are vested. We understand, and we have never argued, that the Coastal Commission still has full discretion to either approve or deny the LCP amendment, and that it will not take full effect until it is certified by the Coastal Commission. That's the law. We've explained that in our letters. We're not arguing about that point. However, the general plan and the zoning are currently R22, and the city has adopted prior to the submission of the preliminary application resolutions changing the zoning under the specific plan and sending that to the Coastal Commission for determination on that issue. For those reasons, the applicant is vested and has a vested right to all of those actions and to that zoning on the property and to this process that's already committed, sending it to the Coastal Commission. So any actions that either change the zoning of the property or try to pull that away from, pull the action out of the hands of the Coastal Commission will violate those vested rights and will be a violation of the Housing Accountability Act. And I'll just say in my last seconds here, you've also received letters from housing advocacy groups that are arguing that to take those actions will not only violate the vested rights, I'll be really quick, of the applicant, but will also result in your housing element being decertified, which would take away your land use control citywide. We don't think that that's a good way to go for anybody. We would urge you to maintain the status quo by not making any changes, send the process to the Coastal Commission for the certification They'll have discretion to approve it or disapprove it and allow the applicant to continue to work with the city and neighborhood groups. Thank you.
Let me ask you one question. You make the statement, and I've seen it in several of the public comments, that by removing this from the housing element, that we would be decertified. That is in conflict with what HCD has indicated to us, that these lots were not required to continue to have a approved housing element. Why do you say that if these were removed, that the housing element would be decertified? Is that just speculation, or is there any fact behind that?
I'm not saying it absolutely would, but I
several of the letters say absolutely it will, and I think that's a little bit of fear mongering, but
that's fine. And some of those letters are not from us, so I won't.
You referenced them, so.
I have referenced them, you're right. What I would say is, even if they do not affect your ability to meet your RENA numbers, you still have a program in your housing element saying that you will rezone sites. There are also requirements to affirmatively further fair housing. This is the only site that's in the coastal zone. And so to remove housing opportunities from the coastal zone is arguably a violation of that responsibility. I realize that those are not stated in the HCD letter, but as I think you know, HCD's opinion is a well-informed opinion, but it is not a legally binding opinion. And so HCD's opinion can be overturned, and that could result in a decertification of the housing element.
Good. That's a key word. Okay, thank you.
That's accurate.
Our next speaker is Dan Broning, followed by Michelle Carbone.
Good evening, Dan.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Dan Bruning. I'm area resident on Arrow Root Lane, but I just wanted to thank the city council for actually revisiting this topic in itself. I mean, obviously this is an important topic to our little slice of heaven, but the city's a little bit bigger than that. So thank you for taking the time to relook at this and reconsider this. And really, I wanted to thank, I think in the staff report, it mentioned a meeting on May 28th that took place in the neighborhood, which you, Mayor Bradley, were there, and you, council member, I knew I was going to screw up your name, sorry, were there. And, I think it was, let's say, open, frank, and probably uncomfortable dialogue at times, but I want to thank you and for the current owner for coming. He did not have to, but he was there to hear the concerns of our community. And I also wanted to thank the current owner and ARA for coming up and actually looking at our property, from properties on Air Route and really seeing what, firsthand, in person, not lines and doctored photos or whatever, but, with their own eyes, what the impact would be on this to, well, my property and everybody else's property around us and what we would have to live with for, years and years to come. I think has been stated, people have lived here for decades and will probably continue to live here for more decades. But I would just like to, I think going with the RS4 option may give us a little bit more flexibility perhaps in coming up with a solution that is compatible for everybody, or at least but either way, I would still like to encourage the city to continue to have dialogues with real conversation with the builder on making this a development project that everyone in the neighborhood can be comfortable with. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michelle Carbone, followed by Stasis Petrevicius.
Hello, Michelle. Good evening.
Hi, everybody. I wanted to level set here a little bit. The first comment I want to make, just really brief, is the letter that was submitted from David Rand that said that they had been engaging in good faith discussion with the city and surrounding neighbors. I don't know about the city component to it, but as far as the neighbors, we met with Ollie on April 13th, 2024. And that good faith, he basically lied to us, for those of us that met with him. The only other meeting we've had was a meeting last week that was at the last minute set up with not quite sure some of the outcome of that. The other thing I would like to kind of level set here with is doing the right thing. And I'm going to direct this more at Paul, who I have the deepest respect for, and your commitment with the council. You know, why are we here? I think we had provided quite a bit of documentation to the city, to the council on sort of what happened prior in the purchase of this lot. I'd like to ask why someone didn't initiate an investigation as to what happened with the council, with the city employees, and also with the planning commission that actually got this particular parcel on the housing and why we're here. I also want to comment for Councilman Lewis. Thank you for bringing up the issue about the land and that whole area, which is very sensitive and fragile, because as far as if we look at it, we don't think any building at all should happen on this particular parcel because of some of the issues. And I think we're not paying enough attention to that. My last comment, as we go through all the comments in every meeting I've been here, I always hear Bradley say, it's not us, it's Sacramento. I agree, it is Sacramento, but what happened in this city with our elected officials and our city employees is why we're here right now. And that's a problem. And if we don't address it and look at it, our neighborhood, we're essentially, either way, it's not a win-win. I'm more worried about this happening again in RPV with other neighborhoods and them having to go through what we've had to go through as far as ruining our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle.
Our next speaker is Stacy Petrevich, followed by Sharon Yarber.
Good evening. Love the
Good evening,
t-shirt.
City Council. About 50 years ago, the owners of Zero Clipper designed 4 houses for the R4 zoning property. Plans were okayed by the Abalone Cove neighborhood and the city of RPV. Somehow, the houses were not built. Next, Zero Clipper was bought by a resident of down the street from me on Seacove Drive, the Hartmans, and they had designed 3 houses in a covered storage area for their 8-car collection. The city did not approve the request to build. I guess maybe with frustration or what, the Hartmans sold the property with an R4 zoning to the developer, Mr. Ali. The zoning was upped by the city to R22. Sacramento had come up with more housing required by all California cities. RPV was required to get 647 units. And the city had identified 800 possible units that could be built in the city. So there wasn't any panic to, to upgrade to R22 as far as, my reasoning goes. So the Clipper lot does not have to be built with the 18 units, 3-story that are proposed. There are 153 other possible sites in RPV that the city has identified available. So there's no panic to build this huge complex, very tight, with all the reasons that you have heard over the last year or so being a problem. So on top of that, I believe I sent a letter to each council member a week ago. I hope it was delivered. So beyond that, there was step number 2 here a week ago where we had a public meeting with the city officials about the lot, on the lot. The mayor was there, Mr. Bradley. Brandy Forbes was there. Era was there, the city manager, and we had a 2.5-hour discussion. I mean, I think we've covered every and any possibility regarding problems with, building the complex. So towards the end, Ara said that there's a possibility of lowering the height, going from 3 stories down to whatever, 26 feet. I thought the developer, Ali, would make some comments during this big, long discussion. nothing heard, nothing done. Meeting finished after 2.5 hours. Further discussions with a small community board group was proposed, I believe, by ARA. 3 people or 6 people or what? And I guess the date is to be determined. So this is an ongoing saga.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you.
Our next speaker is Sharon Yarber.
Good evening, Mayor Bradley and council.
Good evening.
I have said before, I'll say it again. I think it's a crying shame that this property was ever included in the housing element inventory. I wish it had never been. I'd love to see it pulled out. However, I have some very grave concerns about what the ramifications will be if we take it out of the housing element. HCD has said you can take it out. You don't need all of these properties to meet your RENA needs. However, I think there is a possibility, and I don't know how great or small that possibility is, that there could be a determination that because we are withdrawing, if we do it, the request for the Coastal Commission to review the amendment to the LCP, that we would be violating in some way some provisions, and God knows there's a lot of them, in the Housing Act, putting us at jeopardy for builder's remedy. That to me is a hill I would die on. I do not want there to be a scintilla of risk of reopening the door. And I'd like assurance from the council, from the city attorney, the city staff, that there's no way on God's green earth that if we do this, builder's remedy could come back to bite us in the butt. That is the worst thing that could happen, worse than having this project. And we also would potentially, I don't know what all the ramifications are, but I'm concerned also about potential liability to the proponent because he did get his application in with the zoning that's currently in place. So I'm gravely concerned, and I don't know if you can assuage those concerns. If you can, please do, because I think there are a whole bunch of people that would like to have those concerns assuaged. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. I'll ask the city attorney to opine, but my guess is that we can't assuage anybody's concern of any current or future legal action based on what we do tonight.
Amen. True, true.
So unfortunately, I mean, we are in a very difficult position. I think you summed it up. SB 9 took away significant discretion on the part of the city. HCD has taken away by forcing housing element numbers way beyond our ability to really have that much housing stock in the city, has taken away some of our discretion as well. It's a very difficult time. And unfortunately, or as everyone here knows, there is very little unbuilt open space, open lots within the city of Rancho Palos Verdes, which is why that our housing element was not approved the first time around, is because we tried to limit it as much as possible. And that's the one HCD threw back in our face and said, neat. And that's when we had an unapproved housing element. We were really, and somebody said there was no rush to do something. There was a huge rush for us to be able to get an approved housing element, or else we would have been under the provisions of the builder's remedy. So that is one reason why the housing element is the way it is today. Certainly not anything the city wanted to do, but something the city was forced into with a poison pill provision that the alternative would have been much worse. So we're continuing to try to figure out the best way forward for the community and to take care of everyone's property rights. Yes, Mr. City Attorney.
Just a couple of comments that I would add. I appreciate the fact that residents are skeptical about maximum development on property sites, but from a legal perspective, we have to assume the worst case scenario under either zoning regulation. We can't simply hope that because these are going to be expensive properties, they're not going to be developed to their maximum potential. That's the reason staff undertook the analysis to show you what the worst case scenario under either option is. And I think the other thing that is worth noting is the HCD letter is a lawyer's delight. It's a letter that says you can remove these sites, but don't forget this application you've got here. We're just warning you, you've got this application. So I'm not so sure that the HCD letter gives me a whole lot of legal comfort.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney.
Mayor, I have one final speaker via Zoom.
What?
We have one more speaker via
Oh,
Zoom.
yes.
Shannon Hartman.
Hi,
Hello. Good evening, Sharon.
good evening. I couldn't be there in person tonight, but like was said on the meeting or at the meeting on the 13th, this should have been avoided completely had Tom and I known that our lot, when we owned it at the time, was put into the housing element. We would have avoided all of this. And because we would have not developed it, and we never got the chance to say it because you guys put it in the housing element without notifying us. And with that being said, we were told we could not develop in the flood area because and all we want to do was put a garage there. We were told we couldn't put anything in that area. And now you're proposing to put housing on that flood area, the natural waterway that goes through there. It's ridiculous. We in the early 2000s, we had flooding in our neighborhood. And you guys were sued at that time, I believe. And, we put in new pipes. Last year, the year before, when we had the heavy rains, our streets got flooded again. If you look down by the preschool on the beach, the land is still moving towards us, coming out of the ocean floor. So, I mean, more than anything, I am completely devastated that you guys would even think of doing this because and 8 isn't the only house on the ocean side that's moving. You guys have to get down. Ara started off saying Abalone Cove was A+. But we can't even go down there to enjoy it because it's in a landslide area right out, and we are in that area. And for this proposal to even be considered is just ridiculous. The safety issues, how are we going to be getting out of the area when there's only 2 ways in and you're proposing to add that much more parking, more people? We've already had chaotic incidents with flooding. There's the fire area right around us. The landslide, the land is moving, and you guys aren't even taking that into consideration. We are not only, we're fearful, and that it really needs to be considered. And just because some geologist or engineer says it's okay to build, we have no idea what's going to happen. You guys already seen what goes on up in Portuguese Bend, and you've seen what happened when they tried to put a road through on Crest and everything else. And to say that this isn't in a flood area or in a landslide area is ridiculous because the landslide is moving towards us. Go down on the beach, look at it. It's coming up from the sea level. And for you guys to even consider this is beyond me, and it should have never been considered in the first place. Have Tom and I been given the due respect since we were the owners of that property when you put it into the housing element? We would, we wouldn't even be here tonight. None of us.
Thank you, Sharon.
Shannon.
Or Shannon, I'm sorry. I apologize. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to declare the hearing closed. Let's do council deliberations.
Questions for staff?
Absolutely. Let's start at the end. Let's start with Councilman Peristam, and we'll go to you next, Councilman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. Question for staff. Brandy, let's go back to one point made by, I believe it was Mr. Ireland and someone else as well, about the maximum square footage that could be accommodated under the 2 scenarios. First question, or part of that question is, if we don't have any control under SB 9, how can we do a calculation on what a maximum square footage could look like?
We would have the ability to look at what the first unit, and we do have the control over what the first unit and the size would be based on what our current regulations are. For the second unit, it would depend. If it's under SB 9, it may be that that we'll have to allow it to be the same size or under the same regulations. That was something that was voted into law last year. If it was if like for that one site that had the 4 units, an ADU would max out at 1,000 square feet. A JADU would have to be wholly within the existing, one of the main residences. So it's hard to say what the total square footage might be, but it would be based on what would be allowed under residential.
Okay. Also, what's the interaction with our ADU ordinance? And wouldn't that be the second structure?
Not under those that have the urban lot split. So if they did the 4 where they did not do an urban lot split and they had the 4 units, 2 would be the main structures. They call it a duplex, but it's like the two main principal units. Then there would be an ADU and a JADU, and it would only be under those circumstances that the ADU would be regulations would kick in. If they do an urban lot split and they build the duplex on each of the resulting lots, those will be based on the SB 9, the residential zoning district.
Okay, thank you. Then one more question, and I don't know the page number, but it's basically the comparison page where it says CEQA review, that it's just, there is none and there's a yes. So what can we do environmentally through our development codes with the drainage swale there? I mean, it seems that, and I understand what SB 9 means, but there's got to be some ability to review and have an evaluation take place? Are we really stripped out entirely?
Yeah, not under SB 9. CEQA is, it's CEQA exempt under SB 9. Under the RM22, the CEQA process, you'd start with the initial study where you'd evaluate all of the various environmental categories per CEQA. And then anything that would trigger needing studies, then additional studies would be done for each of those that may have potential significant impact. And then it would be determined whether it's a mitigated negative declaration or it would go into an environmental impact report. That would be based on that initial study. I know that's a lot of technical terms, but what that means is each of the topics that would have potential impacts would have to be further studied. Whereas with SB 9, it's exempt. It's not even that you can say, let's see a study. It would be CEQA exempt for the environmental review.
For the environmental review. So neighborhood compatibility, CEQA, off-street parking, density, all those things would be out of our control under SB 9, and maybe some other things as well.
And there would be no discretionary review. All of the entitlements would be ministerial.
It would be ministerial.
Over the counter.
Make it the kicker. Yeah, it's ministerial. And the only thing we can do is notify the neighbors that there's a project going on, but it can't be for the purpose of deliberation.
It'd be a courtesy notice.
It'd be courtesy notice. Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Lewis.
Yeah, so just to be clear, because I'm new here, there's a lot of information, a lot of emotion, right? The decision on the table is to leave this where it is. Yes, leave this where it is in RM22, where it has landed as a result of being part of the housing element that's been approved. Or
Well, partly, It hasn't been approved by the Coastal Commission yet, but
So
it's not technically in
Yeah.
effect.
Got it, but by Sacramento. So, to take the action and take it out would put it under the jurisdiction of SB 9.
Correct.
Okay. Councilman Parasan was getting at some of my objections to SB 9, which I just want to point out there's a financial component to this too. And there's an ethical component. SB 9 is fundamentally terrible legislation. It's undemocratic. It's a violation of core values of California. By making it CEQA exempt, you're basically trashing the environment. By taking away local control, you're basically letting builders run amok and apply maximum density, which equals maximum profit over land use. And this comes at the expense of everyone else, because one of the components too that's nationwide is that when developments happen, local jurisdictions are allowed to ask developers to make reasonable contributions to sanitation and to roadways. SB 9 strips that away and puts that burden on the city. So really, this is the most repugnant and regressive legislation, because it's really taking from everybody in the city and forcing them to contribute to the builder's profit on this land. It's fundamentally repugnant, and I don't see why we would go back to that when we have a better position right now. It's just not Californian for me.
So if I can add, that's one of the reasons this council has authorized the city to participate in litigation challenging SB 9.
Should. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Lewis. Councilwoman Ferraro?
Well, I don't know how I could have said it any better than the previous councilman did. I mean, it's really onerous, and it's not something that we can go back to. We don't dare right now. So that's all I have to say, really.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Mayor Pro Tem, thoughts?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have any questions, more statements. And just to address everybody in the audience, I understand exactly how you guys feel, because I know everybody wants thoughtful development. They want organic growth in their communities. They're not against it, but they just want somebody to think about exactly how they're building. And it doesn't help when you have Sacramento basically jamming things down your throat, and it doesn't help. And, you know, for the most part, we want housing that conforms to our communities and the character it has. And, you know, I know a lot of folks have been living in the community for a long time, and there are developments. But my biggest fear is this, and, you know, the city attorney, he touched on it as well. We have a housing element that we put together, and we hobbled together, and we got over the finish line. We expended a lot of political capital to get there. I know I spent an enormous amount of time talking to people in Sacramento to push housing and HCD get this housing element approved. And that letter that you guys saw that says, hey, you can pull it out and do all that kind of stuff, I don't put too much weight behind it, because that person is not the person that's going to be determining it in the courtroom. And I don't give it any legal significance that somebody at HCD pencil whipped it and said, hey, you guys can pull it off. But, you know, like the city attorney was saying, but you got this issue already that somebody filed and has this application. Now, that being said, I look at it as more from a legal fallout. The city's in a really bad position in terms of finances right now. And we're dealing with the landslide, and we're paying out a lot of money, and we're making budget decisions. Especially tonight, we have to take a look at what we're going to spend in terms of CIP and general fund and things like that. We can't afford in the next couple months and next year to pay out, or bless you, to try to settle lawsuits that we get from God knows who, about some housing element approval that we did not do, or we took out from zoning. That's just the reality of it. And we're going to get hit with those applications and those lawsuits. It's just inevitable if we pull it out. And one of the things that we have to look at as a city council, in my opinion, is we have to look at big picture. And it's not only for the road that you guys live on and the community that you guys live in, but also for the city as well. So as a scenario, let's say we pull it out and we take the Zero Clipper Road off our housing element. And all of a sudden, now HC says you're out of compliance. Now we're at the mercy of Sacramento, and we're at the mercy of SB 9, as well as anything else. Okay. The worst case scenario is that we get all of our authority taken away from us. And at that point, all bets are off. We got no statutory authority, no governmental authority to approve anything, and it gets pulled out of our hands. That's what I'm worried about. And if we get builder's remedies, we can't touch them. And it happens, I think we had, what, 4 or 5 so far? And that's not only in your community, but on the other side of the hill, on the northern side of the hill with the 472 unit one. So there's a lot. And we have to think about the entire city and protecting the entire city from lawsuits. So if we go down this road and we take off one lot and we end up going down this road of having multiple lawsuits, it's going to bankrupt the city. That's just where I see it. And legally, I understand how you guys feel, but legally we have to think about the big picture here and how this is going to affect the city and how we protect the city. And if we don't think about that as a city council, I think it's going to hurt us in the future. Now, these laws that we have in Sacramento that already came down at like SB 9 and everything else, it's the law of the land. We can't get around it. Okay. Now we can try to appeal it and do whatever and lobby as much as we can, but the reality of it is it's just getting worse and there's more laws that are coming down. But with the HCD actually approving our housing element, we have a shield and it prevents a lot of things from happening. At this point, you know, it's R22 and that's where we stand. And I understand how you guys feel about it and the different permutations of what could be there and what could be built. But I think the city is handling it, you know, especially the staff and with developers and the residents. I think we have the best solution of bringing all the stakeholders to the table and actually talking about a solution where the projects can actually fit the neighborhood. And I think that's ultimately the best solution. I think that's the best way of leading by example in the city and everywhere else, of bringing everybody to the table to talk about what we can do and what actually works for everyone at the table. So that being said, I think at this point, my main concern, like I said, is the legal issues of changing it. And at this point, it's water under the bridge, and we have to think about the future and where it's going to be going. So that's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I could just add to what the Mayor Pro Tem said. We are currently involved in 4 litigations in which property owners attempted to submit builder's remedy applications during that period of time that the housing development was not approved by HCD. And guess where those SB 9 applications are? They're right smack dab in the middle of the landslide. We're fighting with Conjunction Junction, Lime Tree Estates, Tangerine Holdings to build builder's remedy units within an active landslide. Mm-hmm. So I mean, the exposure to builder's remedy is not something to be taken lightly.
Yeah. Thank you.
I was prepared to make a motion, but
I had a question of staff.
No, you haven't spoken yet, or?
I haven't spoken yet.
Are you going to?
I'm going to speak.
So I want to.
Then I'll wait.
He always has to speak, so let him speak.
Brandy, I mean, we've spent a lot of time tonight on number 16. 18 and 19, we really haven't spent that much time talking about. And the pros and cons of reverting 18 and 19 back to institutional as opposed to leaving them in the housing element as, I think there are 2, if I remember right.
It's the ROD, the Residential Overlay District.
Right.
Is what's currently adopted. And each site has specific maximum residential units that could be on those.
But to revert them back to institutional, which they were before we put it into the housing element, what's the pros and cons of that?
If you left it as, if you reverted it back to institutional, you know, this is owned by UCLA. It's on their
State
campus.
of
So
California.
they can still apply for student housing, the dormitories, if they wanted to under the institutional as a conditional use permit. They would just not be able to do any residential. On one of the sites, site 18, it was 12 residential units. If you retain the ROD overlay, and did not remove those sites. Site 18 is a 12 residential unit maximum, and site 19 would allow 8 units maximum.
But if we put it back into institutional, would that restrict UCLA's ability to potentially sell those lots for housing in the future and continue to keep it zoned for institutional uses associated with the university?
Yeah, it would just be institutional uses for the, whatever the use. It's not just university, but while
Right,
they've been
yeah,
under their ownership.
University because it's what's the institution is now, but,
Yep.
okay. Okay, thank you. Yes, Councilman Peristam.
Okay, now I can do part of my
Yeah.
opinion.
Are you going to opine?
I am going to opine.
Okay.
Yeah, we're a pretty smart community here, and we're a pretty smart and informed community about state housing law because we've experienced so much of it directly. So we don't have to go back and bring us forward to where we are today. But I just want to go through a little bit of the history on this. Is with a number of people in the audience here that I've fought with them against a number of these housing laws, and also about the site being involved in our housing element. Back then, it seems like ancient history, 5, 6 years ago, I went into this with my heart, leading with my heart, because it was so obvious this is bad housing policy. It's not going to get the results of helping affordable housing in the state of California. As Councilman Lewis was pointing out, it's bad policy. My leading with my heart has been totally stripped out of me because of the constant continuation and doubling down and tripling down on a year in, year in basis of the state of California. So now I'm left with having to make decisions with my head. And two things that we're discussing, which is before us tonight, which is really, this is the only thing that's before us tonight, is risk and trust. And as Ms. Yarborough said, she worries. She clearly made it her point about worrying, not trusting HCD. And through our experience here on council and on the planning commission, we went through this. And I share that lack of trust. And I share that if there's a door to be opened and walked through, it's going to happen because it's happening throughout the state of California in different circumstances, but it's an ongoing process. And then I'll refer to the city attorney's discomfort with our position if we go down the path and make ourselves vulnerable. So that, the idea of ministerial approval of property, no CEQA, it just leads us to a place that of two bad options, it just takes us there because we don't have an option. And I don't want to take that risk that it's going to open some other doors. Now, I do have a hope and a little insights as I have participated in a couple of meetings with the community, and that the applicant will in good faith negotiate a couple of these topics here. I do expect that we will be in a better position in terms of, number one, height for the arrowroot people. I believe we can bring that height down. I believe that we can get the density down some, and I can believe we can get the neighborhood compatibility to be better. So with that aspiration, and I believe hopefully a little insight besides that, I am supportive of our remaining in RM22, as I said, grudgingly, and not using my heart, but using my head. And so when the time comes, Mayor, I'm glad to make a motion that supports that position. Thank you.
Motion then is to receive and file report. Correct.
Well,
That's the wishes.
There are 4 parts to the
There's 4 parts.
recommendation.
There's lots of parts to this.
All right, let's get to it.
Huh? Yeah, I am going to. So I'll opine just as, not long, but so this is really a question in my mind of the worst of two evils. I understand what Councilman Peristam just said, and I agree with a lot of things that he said. Is I'm concerned about the Clipper lot and taking it out of CEQA. The SB 9 is really horrible legislation in that it takes away our ability to actually ensure the safety within the city, and it's by right, which scares me for the worst case. Is Mr. Ja going to do that? I don't know. But up here, and what Brandy has been showing is truly trying to show the worst case and lay it out on what could happen, which I think is what we've asked staff to do. Really, to me, the only major difference and the only thing that would say that the reverting it back to something that could be applied to SB 9 is the maximum height of the structure, 26 versus 36 feet. And I know 10 feet is a big deal. I do know the developer has committed, and at the meeting that we had the other day, he did say that he wanted to work with the community and come up with a win-win solution for the community, whether that would be digging down lower to lower the overall roof height. But I think that is on the table. So I will take the owner at his word that he is interested in working with the community to come up with the best solution, as opposed to something that would be going down a different path where there would be no secret review, there would be no planning commission review, there would be no control by the city if it reverted back to RS4. So that is how I am leaning right now. As for the other two properties, say 18 and 19, I do see a upside to having them revert back to their previous institutional designation as part of the greater UCLA complex there. I have always been concerned that what was institutional could be converted into something that would put additional pressure onto that portion of the community. So I would like to see us take the step of continuing down the path of taking those out, having those revert to institutional, and leaving the number 16 in the housing element in the current plan.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I could speak to that, I think if you take any one of these properties out and go through that process, there are concerns, there are legal exposure, there are.
But I don't believe the current owner for 18 and 19 is in the position to sue us, to revert it back to institutional.
Would be HCD.
It would be, right, it would be HCD. It isn't attracting the community attention that the Clipper lot is, but the same issues are going to be raised if you start down the process of taking
anything out,
amending any of your housing element.
And at the end of the day, the underlying zoning remains institutional. It's an overlay district. It's a residential overlay.
That's true.
Explain what that means.
So it's at the option of the property owner whether they want to do residential, because there's that overlay, but the underlying zoning remains institutional. So someone could still pursue institutional uses.
If I may, they can actually do both. They could have the institutional use and have some, so that's, these are larger properties. So they could continue the institutional and then they could also develop residential on it. So they could have both of the uses on there.
Okay.
without changing the designation, right?
Correct. Mhm. And they can remain using it just as institutional if they opt to. Yeah.
We don't want to change it.
Hmm?
We don't want to change it.
Okay.
I could clarify my motion then, which is to receive and file report and direct staff to notify the Coastal Commission we want to proceed.
Yes. So if the council's position is to retain the the zoning designations for lot 16 or site 16 18 and 19, what you would do is you would approve recommendations 1 and 2. 3 is tell staff that you want to retain existing housing element zoning adopted by the city council on April 16th and then under recommendation 4 is direct staff to notify coastal commission to proceed with the processing of the LCP amendment.
That's what I meant, but you said it much better.
I just read what's in front, yeah.
He
That's
reads
my
so
motion.
well.
We need a break.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Madam City Clerk, anybody have any comments before we vote? Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Peristam,
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis,
Yes.
Councilmember Ferraro,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Seo.
Yes.
Mayor Bradley.
Yes.
Motion passes. With that, we can move to item number 2.
We've been going for 2.5 hours. We're going to take a 10-minute recess, come back at 9:45 and move on to the next public hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you all for coming out tonight. This was difficult to say the least.
Yeah. If we take anything out, I'll see you first. Or if we leave it in, we can always.
Yeah. You know, I know. Why don't you guys? Sean, I lost one. Today. Come on. Come on, Steve. Come on.
And don't forget, we may have to extend the meeting at 10:20.
Okay, RPV TV. Madam City Clerk, you ready? They're ready. I already got a thumbs up. I know I'm doing your job. Don't be mad.
Sorry.
Okay, let's declare the public hearing open for, oh, wait a second, you need to call the item
Yes,
before I can do
please.
this.
So we can move to item number 2, consider adopting an updated master schedule of fees for city services for fiscal year 25-26. Notice of the public hearing was duly published. I do not have any requests to speak, and now you can open the public hearing.
Okay, let's open the public hearing and let's have a very abbreviated staff report. Let's talk about fees.
Hi, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. James O'Neill, the senior analyst, is here to present. He will be quick, I promise.
Good evening. Tonight, we're here to talk about fees. The fee study was first conducted, or last conducted in 2019, and has been updated each year since 2021 with its adoption, mostly to update fees based off of CPIU, which is what we are doing to, what is proposed this evening. It has been waived in past years for the fees, but it has been applied to the fully burdened hourly rate. And this evening, the recommendation is to adopt the current fees and fully burdened hourly rates with the increase of 3%. Next slide, please. So a 3% has increase been applied to all the fees as well as to the fully burdened hourly rate, which is the next slide with examples given also showing in the staff report. And with that, take any questions.
Thank you. And I assume we can not go back and retroactively catch up on the fees that we deferred for the back CPI adjustments.
Only if you were the trash company.
It is important to note that the city is not allowed to collect fees in excess of the cost of performing those services. But those are things that we will continually look at to see if.
Right, but as it is baseline today, we can only do the CPI for the year over year. We can't go back and do CPI for what we basically forgoed collecting over the last 5 years.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Any questions of staff? Okay, let's, no public comment. I'm going to declare the hearing closed.
Thank you.
Let's have council deliberations. As much as I hate to do it, I think that we need to, we're just not in the fiscal position to continue to waive the increases. Staff time has gone up, and the cost of staff. When we were foregoing this was in a time where we had significant reserves. Those are quickly dwindling, and we need to see about all legitimate revenue places that we can do it. And these type of fees, I think, will be a component of it. Any other questions?
I'd add to that one of the premises of a lot of the fees being waived was it was during COVID. There was external circumstances. Those circumstances are over, and the fees are based to compensate the city for the labor cost. Our labor costs.
That's correct. Labor costs.
Our labor costs are rising, so it's actually fair.
Yep.
To do this. It's not.
It's still below market.
It's still a good deal.
You want to make a motion, Councilman Lewis?
I move to. I screwed up the last one. I'm gonna let somebody else do it.
Just move staff recommendations.
Accept staff recommendations.
Okay.
Second.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lewis,
Yes.
Ferraro,
Yes.
Councilmember Peristam,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Seo,
Yes.
Mayor Bradley.
Yes.
Motion passes. Our next item is item number 3 under regular business. Consideration to adopt a memorandum of a memorandum of understanding with the Rancho Palos Verdes Employees Association for the period of July 1, 2025 through June 30th, 2028. I do not have any requests to speak.
Has council read this in enough detail that we don't need a staff report?
Yeah.
Everyone agree?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the MOU. Thank you.
And I'll second it.
Councilmember Peristam,
Yes.
Councilmember Ferraro,
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Seo,
Yes.
Mayor Bradley.
Yes.
Motion passes. With that, we can move to item number 4.
Okay.
Consideration to review the fiscal year 2024-25 year-end estimates and the fiscal year 2025-26 preliminary citywide budget. I do not have any requests to speak.
So I think we're going to need a staff report on this, that we need to go through this. This is critical to where we are in the city and where we're projecting and the changes to the current model. So take it away. Uh-oh.
All right. Good evening. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. So tonight is our third part of the budget process. I'll go through a quick overview for the public for budget process, and we'll move to the 24-25 year-end estimates, 25-26 preliminary budget, 25-26 capital improvement program, and we'll also go over 25-26 other funds. And finally, we'll request for your approval. For any approval tonight, we'll bring those direction at the in 2 weeks at the budget hearing on June 17.
Thank you.
Starting with the budget process on March 17, we had the city council goal workshop. You gave us direction and we brought those back to the budget workshop. If you recall, on April 17 and April 29, we presented over 60 slides of details, and we're not doing that tonight, but we did. But a lot of the details for general fund and CIP were presented at those 2 nights. In tonight's presentation, you're going to see the changes since the budget workshop. And also, I'll provide a fund balance summary, and also we'll spend most of the time on the capital improvement program. And then finally, after your approval tonight, we'll move on to the June 17 and for the budget hearing and adoption. So I'll start with the 24-25 general fund year-end estimates. You'll see here in green, sorry, I'll move. Green for revenues and transfer at 43.3 million. Just a reminder, for fiscal year 24-25, we do have 1 month left. So this is for the current fiscal year. So for revenues and transfers is 43.3 million, expenditures at 38.5 million. I separated the transfers to CIP since these had the most changes since budget adoption. We adopted 6 million in June 2024. By the time we end this fiscal year, we estimate to end the year at 12.4 million. For other transfers, we project to end the year at 1.6 million. The 100,000 difference is mainly a transfer to the Habitat Restoration Fund. This is for the preserve management that the general fund subsidized, and that fund will need approximately 100K to end the year. Including all transfers. For revenues and net of transfers, 43.3 million, and including the one-time transfers to CIP of about 8.9 million. Expenditures net of transfers, 51.7 million. And that was the last slide for year end. I'll go through now for the preliminary budget general fund changes since budget workshop. So for revenue, just the item you approved tonight, we are increasing the revenue of 130,000 for permits and fees. For expenditures, we are proposing reducing personnel at 32,400, and I'll have a little bit more details on the next 2 slides. almost 402,000 on the non-personnel. We have a few changes on the transfers, of the first one being transfers in at 70,000. This will come from the Public Safety Fund. That is to offset the proposed increase that I'll be presenting in the next few slides. The transfers out is reduced at 98,000 and potentially 150,000 decrease on the transfers out to CIP based on the ACLAD, KCLAD assessment fees. For the salaries and benefits, just going through the details here, the workers' comp, since we last met in April, we received additional information in May. The workers' comp is going up by approximately 84,000. CalPERS unfunded liability, this is actually a reduction of 184. The bill is not going down,
Oh,
but this 184,000 is based on our pension guideline where approximately 900,000 is charged to general fund and the remaining at from the pension, I'm sorry, from the EPS fund. So the 184 would be reallocated to that fund. RPV Employee Association and the Management Confidential City Manager contracts, a few of them were approved tonight. That net increase is 120,000. And also we adjusted benefits based on the recent hires that we had in May, and we're proposing to reduce 37,000. So total net change on the salaries and benefits is minus 32,400. Next slide here is the non-personnel. Since we met in April, we received additional information in May. This is for the Los Angeles Sheriff Department. When we took the budget in April, the proposed budget had a 3.5 increase, and that has now increased to almost 5%. That value is an addition 129,000. I'll skip the next one. City attorney contract adjustment at 147,000. And finally, for the CJPIA, based on the information we received in May, we're requesting to increase or to create a new budget for 125,000. And this is for a potential deductible estimate from CalGPA that we receive.
I'd just like to make a comment on the city attorney contract. That is highly dependent on the amount of litigation that we're engaged in. Unfortunately, as the city attorney noted earlier, that we're in multiple lawsuits for housing. And unfortunately, defending the cities is once again taxing us for the number of people that are suing us.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
And just a summary here for general fund operating revenues proposed tonight is 41.5 million, transfers in at 300,000. Since the budget workshop, that change is approximately 200,000 or 0.4%. For operating expenditures, we estimate about 37.2 million if all changes were approved tonight. And the balance between revenues and expenditures, that's approximately 4.6 million, and we're proposing to transfer all of it. About 4.4 million of that is going to CIP. Since we met in April, the change is approximately 600,000 or 1.7%. So in total, revenues and transfers at 41.8 million. It's the same thing for expenditures and transfer at 41.8 million. Comparing it to our current budget, the total revenue reduced by 2% or 900,000. This is mainly from a one-time grant that we received this year. When we take out the one grant, revenues are actually proposed to go up by approximately 2%. For expenditures, the reduction again is mainly from the one-time transfers we did this year for CIP. So that's approximately, compared to current budget, is 22% lower or 11.6 million. This is just a pie chart to show our revenues. As you can see here, 18.2 million comes from property tax at 44%, 7 million from TOT or 17%, 2.9 million sales tax or 7%, 4.4 million permits and fees or 10%, 2.4 million franchise tax or 6%, 2.5 million from UUT or 6%. And finally, other tax and miscellaneous at 4.1 million or 10%. On the expenditure side, for 41.8 million, approximately 15.7 or 38% is personnel. This is funding approximately 108 full-time equivalent for salaries and benefits citywide. Non-personnel, 21.5 million. Again, this is where our sheriff's department, our contract services and repairs and maintenance, or 51% of the budget. And then finally, 4.6% or 11%, that's the total transfers out, mainly to the CIP fund. Just a breakdown for each department, public safety being the highest at 23% or 9.6 million. Approximately 8.9 million is the contract. The 8.5, a little over 8.5 is the sheriff's contract, and approximately 350 are special services. And then the remaining is the new public safety division and also the supplies and equipment needed for the department. The next one is Public Works at 8.1 million or 19%. Recreation and Parks, 4.9 million or 12%. CDD or Community Development at 4.7 or 11%. City Admin at 4.5 million or 11%. And transfers out at 4.6 million, 11%. And then the remaining there are less than the 2%.
But this is not, for Public Works, this does not include everything in the CIP that the Public Works Department is working on.
Correct. This is just general fund and repairs and maintenance and for buildings and parks and.
Right. And the current staff.
Yes. Finally, fund balance for general fund for 25-26. We estimate to start the year at 28.6 revenues and transfers along with expenditures and transfers. We project to end the year at June 30, 2026 at 28.6. We do have transfers out from prior year from unallocated fund balance that we propose from budget workshop. 1.3 million includes 889,000 to CIP for Ladera Linda payment and 400,000 to the employee pension fund. The 50% reserve policy is estimated at 17 million. At the end of June 30, 2026, we project a 10.3 million unallocated. Here's a bar chart of our last 5 years, including 2026 for our fund balance. You could see the blue chart there is our fund balance. The orange part is the 50% reserve policy, and then the green is unallocated. You'll see that in fiscal year 2024, prior to our landslide, we hit the highest for unallocated, our fund balance and unallocated at 21.7 million. In 2026, as presented earlier, our unallocated will go down to 10.3 million. Looking forward in the next 10 years, based on the assumptions that we have today, based on the data that we have, 2026 starts at 10.3, and you'll see it'll slowly grow in the next 10 minutes, I wish, 10 years. So in fiscal year 2034, unallocated will be at approximately 17.5 million. However, if you compare here in our highest 2024 at 21.7, we would still be lower than our highest year in the next. It would take us more than 10 years to get to the 21 million. And now we'll go over the fiscal year 2025-26 5-year capital improvement program. Ramsey will start the presentation, and I'll provide some background in the financials. Thank you.
Yeah, I will extend the meeting to, wait a second, that clock. Time is flying,
Flies when you're having fun.
apparently. We're in the twilight zone. No, I'll extend the meeting to 11 o'clock. What is going on with that clock?
Trying to get to the right time.
Okay. Go ahead, Ramsey.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. As you know, staff presented a draft CIP vetted by the Infrastructure Management Advisory Committee for City Council feedback at the budget workshop. Just as a quick reminder, the CIP programs projects over a 5-year period for planning purposes, but City Council only approves funding for a 1-year period on an annual basis. At the budget workshop, City Council provided feedback and staff made revisions based on that feedback. I'll go over the key changes resulting from that council feedback. First is the Abalone Cove Sewer Repair Project. The year-over-year reduction in costs due to slower rates of land movement has now been set to 33% rather than the staff proposed 50%, again, based on the feedback from the council. This increases FY 26 and 27 from 1.5 million to 2 million, and 27, 28 and beyond from 750,000 to 1 million. The PV Drive South Landslide Repair Project, similarly, the year-over-year reduction in cost due to slower rates of land movement set to 33% rather than 50% originally proposed. Increases FY 26-27 from 1.15 to 1.65 million, and beyond that from 575,000 to 825,000. Next is the Portuguese Bend remediation project. This staff, as requested by the City Council, staff attempted to obtain written confirmation from Cal OES and/or FEMA that the Phase 1 award, which is the design phase for the BRIC grant, will not be revoked and canceled. Cal OES and FEMA declined to provide that. However, there is no indication at this time that the grant award is being revoked or canceled. But based on advice of the City Council, the funding is being shown as city CIP funds only in case FEMA does not reimburse Phase 1. So that's the change that was made. Additionally, the cost for Phase 1 design has been revised down, and that is to essentially account for work that has been done, design work that has been done as part of the emergency response that can be folded into the design phase for the remediation project.
Ramsey, real quick, to be clear, you just said that the forecast does not assume that the grant will come from Cal OES. In other words, Fina, when you showed our fund balances restoring, that does not include that money, or it does include that money?
The general fund does not include this money. I'll have a separate CIP for this one.
Okay, that was just general fund.
Correct.
Okay, so, but in our overall total sum of funds, are we assuming that money's coming, or are we assuming that money's not coming?
This is actually listed as unfunded.
Okay.
And I will note that the
Can I ask a question for just a second? This says for the year 26, 27 is 19 million, but then the next year it's 2.5 million. Is that right?
yes, and the future years, 27, 28 and beyond are indicative of ongoing operations and maintenance costs, and those are projected to go down over time. I will also note that the cost estimates continue to be revised in our grant applications. We're submitting for scenarios where the maximum of what would be needed is included.
Thank you.
Next is the emergency stabilization project. Based on City Council feedback, there is a longer timeline. There is now a longer timeline assumed for achieving stabilization to pre-October 23 levels. This adds 1 more year for emergency stabilization to allow for completion of the remediation project. However, that 3rd year is at a lower amount than previous years to account for incremental improvements over that 3-year period. Next is the landslide hydrology and hydraulics study. We've expanded the scope to add subsurface characterization, subsurface hydrogeology pilot program. And that increases the amount from 700,000 to 1.4 million. The schedule would be concurrent with the surface study. Some other notable changes, PV Drive West and PV Drive South, funding was adjusted to take advantage of newly eligible restricted roadway funds, which then allows PV Drive East to begin in 25-26, 1 year earlier than presented, with a limited amount of CIP funds in the amount of $350,000. And that concludes my update on the CIP changes.
And Mayor Pro Tem, I'll share the financial information. Just give me a minute, please. Okay. So the first slide, I'll 1 second here. The first slide, I'll go over the capital improvement program by fund. Just to clarify, the capital improvement program fund is funded by several funds. This is different than the capital infrastructure fund. So the capital improvement fund is the 5-year program for the city that Ramsey just mentioned. And I'll have a slide on then the several funding sources. So for fiscal year 25-26, there are 21 projects for $28.6 million. Of that $28.6 million, $14.8 million or 52% is allocated for, or proposed for landslide improvements. $2.9 million or 10% is for sewer and storm drain improvement. Right-of-way improvement at $7 million or 24%. Abalone Cove sanitary sewer system, $3 million or 11%. Building improvements at $500,000 or 2%. And finally, parks, open space and recreation facilities at 400% or $400,000 or 1%. This slide here shows the projects by fund. So the first one being the CIP fund at almost $16.4 million. There are 11 projects allocated for a proposed allocation for CIP fund. 5 projects at almost $6.4 million that are from grants. 4 projects at $3.7 million that are proposed to be funded by Metro funds. And other restricted funds, 3 projects or $1.4 million. And then finally, 1 project for gas tax at $750,000. Going through the details by fund, I'll start with the $16.4 million at CIP fund. For $16.4 million, as you could see on the right side there, I added the categories. So for Abalone Cove Sewer, you have the sanitary sewer rehab program at $3 million. And the next 4 projects are landslide, including Portuguese Bend landslide remediation at $700,000, emergency stabilization measures at $8 million. The deep dewatering wells 1 through 6 for permanent power at $525,000. Portuguese Bend landslide hydrology and hydraulic study that Ramsey just presented is at $1.4 million. Civic Center complex at $105,000. Facility asset management program at $435,000. Storm drain asset management program master plan at $1 million. And then also a storm drain improvements at Montemalaga Canyon at $695,000. $75,000 for sewer maintenance access, and also $350,000 for the roadway asset management program at PV Drive. I think something got cut off here, Ramsey. You could say, is this PV Drive South? Sorry about that.
That's actually PV Drive East.
Okay, PV Drive East for $350,000. And finally for CIP, the proposed sidewalk management program at $22,000. So this is the CIP fund. Next, I'll go over the list of restricted funds. The list here are funded by other funds such as grants, Metro, and other grants such as Measure R and Measure W. So there are four landslide category on restricted funds. So for 750,000 is the PV Drive South landslide repair program. And also another almost 1.2 million for the same program. Actually, they're all for, I'm sorry about that. They're all for the landslide repair program. And maybe Ramsey can give more details on each of these. So for all the four category for restricted funds, it includes those three at PV Drive South and also the deep dewatering wells, one through permanent power at almost 1.6 million.
Why was the permanent power on the previous slide as well?
So the proposed is funding from CIP and also a grant fund, or I should say, Ramsey.
It's because there's a match required for the grant.
Oh, it's a match. Got it. Thank you. In the future, if we could just allocate, say, match, just make it clear for us. So thank you. I got it.
Thank you.
Silly matches.
Park playground improvements at 400,000. We also have 660,000 for a sewer and storm drain, for stormwater treatment at Torrance Airport, another 500,000 for Peninsula Verde stormwater treatment dry well, almost 1.7 million for Western Avenue. And again, these are restricted funds, not CIP funds. Traffic signal at PV Drive South and PV Drive East, 70,000. Traffic calming at 300,000. Almost $1 million for PV Drive East guard layer improvements, and I believe this is also a grant. And another one at almost 1.5 million for roadway asset management program on PV Drive South. And also almost 1.5 million for PV Drive East, sidewalk management program at 470,000, and another program for 158,000, for a total of almost 12.3 million unrestricted funds. And finally, here the slide for capital improvement program. These are the unfunded projects, so they're not in any of the proposal that we have tonight for budget or the forecasting. This was also revised since the April 27 or 29 meeting. The funding gap presented at the last CIP budget workshop was at 73 million. That has now increased to 78.4 million. For projected fund balance, for CIP fund, we start the year at 16.2 million with revenues and transfers of 8.5 million. The proposed projects that we just went over is approximately 16.4 million. The CIP fund also has a Ladera Linda payment of approximately 889,000, and we have one personnel allocated to CIP. Estimated ending fund balance in CIP is 7.2 million. Restricted by City Council for the reserves is 5 million. We project the balance at June 30, 2026 at 2.2 million. The remaining funds are our restricted funds. You'll see that there's the unallocated fund balance is 0. And that's because those funds are restricted by special purpose and also allocated in the next 5 years. And that's why you'll see that the 16.2 balance on the right side for estimated unallocated balance is only 2.2, and that's mainly from the CIP fund. Some history here on the last 5 years, similar to the general fund slide earlier. There's the fund balance for CIP. The capital infrastructure fund was 38 million in 2022, and you'll see the highest at 35.1 million for unallocated. In 2022 and 23, the City Council policy at that time was 3 million. For reserves, we increased that in 2024 to 5 million. And looking at fiscal year 2026, if the projects are approved tonight, you'll see that the fund balance at 7.2 with 5 million reserve, ending balance at 2.2 million. The next 10 years, the next 5 years, based on the 5-year capital programs that are proposed tonight, the fund balance again starts at 7.2 in 2026, ending balance at 2.2. Based on the assumption presented to you tonight for fiscal year 2027, the fund balance is 5.8 and ending balance is 800,000 in 2027. And in 2028, it will start to pick back up as the expenditures proposed as year 2 to 5 when a lot of the projects are unfunded. So you'll see the balance to go up a little bit. And you'll see the same thing in 2029 and 2030. I should say that the balance showed here, that's not necessarily mean those are available. As shown in the previous slide, we do have about 78 million of unfunded projects. This was the same slide from our budget workshop with an updated number. As you could see in 2023, our beginning balance was at the highest at 38.1 million. Since we started our expenditures on the landslide for fiscal year 2025, it started at 29.6, ending the year 11.2. And again, if the approved projects tonight are approved of the fiscal year 2026 year-end projected balance is 2.2 and a net of the 5 million reserves. Finally, on other funds, we have 2 left. For the first one being the equipment replacement fund. This is the city's fund for our vehicles and furniture. We do set aside funding every year. It comes from general fund. The beginning balance at 7/1/2025, we estimate at 2.7 million. Revenues at 300,000. These charges come from the city departments from general fund based on the inventory that they have for equipment and vehicles. The expenditures at 800, this is based on the city council policy to set aside amount 15% of the replacement value of all the city's inventory. This doesn't mean this is what we'll spend in 1 year. For example, for 25-26, we do have 6 vehicles that are up for replacement, but we're only proposing 3. So typically, every year, the expenditures we see in this fund is approximately 400,000, 200 being depreciation, and the rest are a replacement for vehicles. So ending 6/30/2026, we estimate to end the year at 2.3 million, restricted by city council policy at 2.2. This fund has a surplus of about 100,000. Finally, the employee pension service fund, as mentioned, as you probably recall, the general fund transfers about 400,000 every year to this fund. This is to help support the general fund when the CalPERS normal payment and UAL payment is more than 900,000. So at the end of fiscal year June 30, 2026, we project this fund balance at 900,000. We do have an expenditures of 600,000 for CalPERS payment, and this proposed tonight includes 100,000 additional that the finance advisory recommended to staff and finance advisor's recommendation to pay towards the city's unfunded liability. And here's some information that we presented. We prepared some analysis to the Finance Advisory Committee. And at their May 22 Finance Advisory Committee meeting, they recommended 100,000. They had ranges from 100,000 to 500. And then at this time, based on the landslide expenditures, Finance Advisory recommended to pay 100,000 at this time. And that concludes my presentation, Mayor.
Councilman Lewis.
First of all, I'd like to thank staff for incorporating some of my ideas into the deck. For my fellow council members, I shot over some spreadsheets in the early last week, which was not really giving them a lot of time to react. Some of those spreadsheets have not been able to be incorporated yet. They would take months to do, the ones I sent to Ramsey. Vina, thanks for putting some in. What I wanted, I'll be quick here because I know everybody's beat. And you all know what I'm going to say anyway, but I have to say it's my.
For Ramsey, you need to send MATLAB models. To Vina, you send spreadsheets. That
I'm going to say
be helpful.
Yes, I'm going to say it anyway because it's my duty to say it, right? So maybe the last slide, you don't have to put it back up, but one of the last slides you put up before, you said, all right, that ends this portion of the presentation, went on to the next. And it showed that our revenues were here and our expenditures were 8.4 million more. So that in sum, when you get rid of all the fog, if this is down 0.2% and this is up here and this fund transfers to this fund and all that, we're spending 8.4 million more. We're deficit spending 8.4 million. Where that money is coming from is where you see the CIP fund going from 16, it's ending at 7.2, including the 5 reserves, so plus 9 is at 16, right? At the end of this year. So it's all that $8 to $9 million is coming out of CIP and it's being spent on emergency stabilization measures. Now, this budget is not going to happen in real life, and this is why, right? We're assuming our sewer repair costs are going to go down 33% because, you know, costs are always going down. We're assuming that PV Drive South repairs are going to go down by 33% because those have a trend going down.
Well, I think the assumption is that what we're doing is going to retard the landslide and it's going to take less to do it, not necessarily that the costs themselves are going to come down.
I wish that would be true. We're also going to spend 17 million less on landslide remediation because we simply have no more money.
Correct.
So what I recommend, what I would recommend to get it out on the table is that I would ask staff to go back and come up with a budget that claws back of that 9 million deficit spend, to claw 5 of that million back, reducing the landslide remediation measures down to 4 million, and then we can monitor it as we go through the year. Here's a few things that could happen that would be out of our control, that we might need a few extra $1 million for. There could be an earthquake. There could be a fire. We could lose a builder's remedy lawsuit and have to build out sewer and roads around that property. The market could have a downturn and CalPERS could say that our unfunded liability is higher and demand higher payments from us. There could be a public safety demand. We've had in this decade several periods of social unrest. We might need more public safety if such an event were to recur. There could be future Sacramento mandates, unfunded mandates coming to us. All these things, some combination, more than one is likely, right? And all of these things are things we won't have a lot of control over that we will have to do that will cost millions. If we spend all this 9 million now, look what's left of the fund. There's nothing, right? Now you could argue, yeah, the 5 million reserve is kind of what that's there for, but then we're broke. Now, I don't want to be that guy that said that all these remediation measures we're doing are short term. At least I was told that. The winterization we do is trashed after 1 year. You drill the wells, they shear in, 3 to 9 months. So they have to be re-drilled. All these things, all that money we're going to spend is going to be crisped in 9 to 12 months. And then whatever the situation is then at that point, that's what it is. And we just have to live with it because we're simply out of money. I don't want to be that guy that spends all that money on stuff that's basically has a very short shelf life. And then something like this goes wrong and we say, well, sorry, we spent all the money somewhere else. I just don't think it's what we should do. That's my piece.
No,
thank you.
Councilman Lewis, I completely understand your position and your sentiment. And while I agree with it, from a conceptual point of view, I think we have we have some serious discussions. I mean, we are assuming that we're going to see reduced spending on some of these items because the things that we're doing are going to continue to pay dividends like they have on the east side of the landslide complex, and things are going to slow down. My fear is if we don't do everything that's in the current budget for landslide remediation and the emergency, is we are going to start losing ground and we are not going to continue to maintain at an adequate level the things that we have done to put into place to help remediate. We're going to basically be giving up on infrastructure. I agree that we're going down a path that if these things don't pay off in the next 12 to 18 months, we're on a path to physical insolvency. But I also don't see how we can abandon trying to save Palos Verdes Drive South. It's a major arterial road within the city. It conveys a vast number of our citizens and folks from the area on a daily basis. If that road is abandoned or for whatever reason we can, no longer, it fails sooner than later, we're going to have a major issue with the forced sewer mains. We're going to have a major issue with egress and ingress. We're going to have a major issue and potentially portions of our city will have to be red tagged in mass because of lack of sewer system to be able to support public health in those areas. All of those things I am very, very concerned with. But I do understand what you're saying, that we have a limited amount of resources that we can continue to throw at this problem. We are spending way beyond our abilities to fund them. We are going to start to put in, and I don't believe this is in any of the models that Vina has shown us, is increasing, going back to the voters, increasing taxes, transit occupancy tax being on a possibility, and some other additional taxes that we're going to be taking up over the next 6 months. I don't believe that we'll ever be able to go before the voters to get those things until most likely next year. So we're probably a year away. But, and my idea would be we continue to spend to support the current infrastructure through our ability to go increase raising revenues in the future. But I'm very uncomfortable with where we are as well, Councilman Lewis. And I have been very uncomfortable with this for the past year. In fact, I have, voted against various measures because of the path that we're on. But once we have allocated those funds to emergency measures, I don't feel we can abandon them while we can still try to keep those measures in place. Deep dewatering wells, repairing the canyon liners until we can get real funds to actually put in long-term solutions.
No, I understand. And with respect to PV South, I agree with you. I mean, PV South is a necessary road. We can't do without it.
Well, I think all the landslide remediation comes down to saving PV Drive South. If, as we do that, we are also able to save the neighborhoods around there, great. But I think the duty that we have is to save PV Drive South. And I don't know how to save PV Drive South without saving the entire area.
To the extent that all these measures strictly go to preserving PV South, I have less of an objection. We are going to face the music sooner or later, but what I submit for consideration is not saying we won't spend it. I'm just not saying to enshrine it in the budget, because we have, notwithstanding the drizzle today, we are in the dry season. I mean, this is the time now, I think, to find out whether pumping 12 wells or pumping 6 wells makes a difference. We can always turn them back on, but if we spend the money, we don't know what we're going to get, and it could be raining. It could be raining 9 months from now. So I just submit for consideration, not to make this decision tonight, that we could dial back the spending during the summer. See what the results are. Let's see what the facts dictate in terms of increased or non-increased landslide movement, and then calibrate our response from there, because 9 months from now, it might be raining.
I agree. Unfortunately, and Ramsey, please opine on this. The cause and effect to stopping well pumping and the actual effect on the land movement is not a 24-hour type of cause and effect. It acts over much longer periods of time, and it's a much more complex system than we may hope. Ramsey?
That's consistent with what the geologists have been saying.
That's why we've seen, it is months after a major event happens before we see land accelerate or land decelerate. I don't know how we would do that. I don't know that you can draw a one-to-one comparison.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
That's fair, but it's June, July, August, September, October. There's at least 4 months before heavy rain is likely, if at all. We need to find out somehow.
Well, I
And
think the idea is we take out as much water during the dry season as we possibly can and lower the water table and reduce the artesian pressure as much as possible prior to the possibilities of it getting recharged this winter when we're going to get additional rain.
And
Ramsey?
yeah, it just, if I can add some, and I agree with what Councilmember Lewis is saying in terms of the fiscal outlook that our city's in, and that's not lost on all of us. But the thing is, I think we have to keep a foot on the gas because we've made tremendous progress, and if we let go, I'm not willing to gamble what we did in the past, 6, 7, 8, 9 months, and the progress that we made, because we want to maybe try to do an experiment with the money. And let's say we do that and we start backpedaling, and we lost 4 or 5 months of stuff that we could have accomplished. So for me, the biggest part is we stay on the projected path we have, because we need to get to stabilization. Without stabilization, everything's down the drain if we don't get there. We don't get gas, we don't get electricity, we don't get any of it. And the minute we start turning pumps off, that's how we got in there in the first place. And I don't want to gamble with it. I know it's stark, but we need to start thinking about different revenue sources. We need to start thinking about the grants. We need to be proactive about getting more money into the coffers as of now. And I think that's the part that we're not thinking of, because we're just looking at the stuff that's not funded and the grants that we haven't received, the monies that are unallocated so far. So right now, none of the numbers right now have increases in the revenues that we've projected that we wanted to go get. And I think it behooves the staff as well as the city council to be more proactive about getting more funds into the city so that we don't have to deal with the diminishment of numbers that we're looking at right now. But I am not in favor of pulling our foot off the gas, especially with all the progress that we made, because once we start losing it, we're going to lose everything, and everything's going to go down a drain at that point. So that's how I feel about it. And Councilmember Lewis, I know, has mentioned tremendously a bunch of times about, the fiscal cliff that we're on, and I think everybody understands that. But at the same time, I think we can't experiment or gamble on the progress that we've made so far.
I won't say any more except to say that there's an underlying assumption that there's 100% correlation or a direct correlation between pumping and slowing the landslide. Whereas, as we saw a slide 2 meetings ago, it correlates equally to rainfall, and the pumps might or might not have anything that much to do with it. And I don't think we can say with certainty. We're going to find out, because we're going to run out of money and the pumps are going to stop. I mean, and barring a Deus Ex Machina drop-in of money from the state or the feds, we're going to find out. It's just, we'll find out this year, we'll find out next year. But if you relax that assumption that, hey, maybe this is correlated to rainfall, or it's correlated to seismic activity or something else, then there's an opportunity to save money. And we should at least consider it. I'm asking for it to be considered and not just accepted on faith that we're just going to blow this money. And let me not say blow, because it might be a good spend. We're going to spend this money and run out, and then we're going to see what happens.
So I'm in favor of budgeting for it with some assumptions of getting reduced spending, because it's going to work, not maybe as bullish as staff was last time. Budget for the worst case and continue to monitor and pull back. I don't think anybody has any appetite to continue to spend money just for the fact of spending money. So if we see the movement in Abalone Cove reduced down to 2 inches a year, I think we're going to have a very different discussion. I certainly expect that Public Works is going to come back and say, hallelujah, things are, and we certainly wouldn't be doing the road repair on PV Drive South that we are currently budgeting for. So all of that, I think, is discretionary in the future. And maybe it's just a semantics, but I want to budget for what I think is a relatively, I can't do anything without everyone else, but I think we need to lay out the plan that's a relatively conservative plan. Certainly, I believe that is also helpful when we're going for grants and we're going to our state and federal partners to really show that, as opposed to something that is much less than that. I think we need to budget for what we think is a reasonable plan. Councilman Pearstam, sorry.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of comments. First, Council members Lewis' first point, not for consideration tonight, but to put it in our heads. And I share that. Second part I share is I have the same doubt you have with correlation and causation. I believe that. I'm not comfortable that what we're doing it really has an impact. I'm looking forward to the hydrology study, which may help answer some of that question as well. So I think that's a key that we're getting close on that. I'm assuming we're pretty close to seeing that again, that revised version of it. So that's an input there. I share I share the lines in the graph going down, and now we're looking at 2.2 million, and we're having this conversation next year, and maybe we're not as lucky with the rainfall, because I think that even if we have the level of rain we're having there, it's a replenishment, because that's the trillions coming in and it's the millions getting pumped out. So we are gonna replenish that. But I also feel that as not being a very good gambler, that what do we stop doing? Do we actually stop doing something now and put ourselves potentially at risk without really having the insight? So I guess I'm gonna have a stronger opinion a year from now or 6 months from now when we have that input from hydrology and gives us a better picture of what's going on underground. I think we'll have a very good picture of what's going on surface, but the underground piece is hopefully the missing piece in being able to say, well, now we're a little smarter, and we can hopefully manage our money a little better. And the other part of that is what the vice chair keeps saying at every meeting. We got to push on the revenue side. We all agree with that. We got to get some results on that side. Hopefully today was a huge day with the assembly voting yes to include landslide and redefining that, and we got to push hard in the Senate. So all these are moving parts, but I do want to recognize Councilman Lewis, the concerns he has, I share, and again the uncertainty on the cause I share as well. So just want to make that no. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Pearstam. Councilwoman Ferraro, do you have any thoughts that you would like to throw out there?
Not really.
Okay.
The one thing I would say is that I know we all generally try to be as conservative as possible. And we're all aware of how much we've had to put into the landslide area. And none of us want the city to go broke either. But it seems like we need to do as much as we can right now and are working on the landslide area, because it's critical to keep it open and working, because it really isn't an option to have to close that down.
Well, I think it is an option, but it's certainly a very dire option.
Very dire. I mean, so dire that I would consider it not an option if there's any other way in the world.
Absolutely. But if the city goes fiscally bankrupt, we're going to have very little to say about it.
I know, so we don't let it go.
So, Mayor Pro Tem, final thoughts?
No, sir. Done.
Okay.
I'll just say for 15 seconds that, to be clear, we're talking about a budget here, and I think the time to do the exercise is now to how to shrink that gap from 9 million to 5 million. We're not saying we're not going to spend the money. We're not saying we are. It's a budget, but the exercise to start thinking about, what if we only had 5 million to spend? How would we spend it? What would be the best way? That's a worthy exercise, and that's my view tonight.
So my recommendation would be we go forward with the current budget as laid out by Finance and Public Works, but give staff direction to go back and continue to look at ways that we can reduce those costs as we go forward and do a revised budget as we come back. Because once again, the landslide remediation and Portuguese PV Drive South stabilization is going to be our major discretionary item, or not discretionary, our major spending item. Certainly, it's limiting us our ability to do anything with the Emergency Operations Center, many other things within the city that, you know, the rest of our residents are really looking for. But I think everybody does understand the criticality of maintaining PV Drive South.
Then I'll make a motion that we move to receive and accept this budget as is and task staff to prepare a alternative budget on the CIP fund, which would reduce the deficit spend on the CIP fund by 50%, and to come up with what the spend would be to achieve that goal, as if that was all the money we had, so that we go through the rigorous exercise of prioritizing within that 9 million what's really vital and what's merely vital.
That makes sense, Savina?
Yes, Mayor.
Mr. City Manager?
I'm not gonna.
Okay,
Okay with that.
thank you.
I'm okay.
Councilman Paristam?
Did we get a second?
Yes.
Yes,
Steve seconded.
I'm okay with that.
Councilman Lewis,
Yes.
Councilman Paristam,
Yes.
Councilmember Ferraro,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Seo,
Yes.
Mayor Bradley.
Yes.
Motion passes. With that, we can move to item number 5. Consideration to receive the fiscal year 2025 financial model. I do not have any requests to speak nor late correspondence.
Oh, this is weird.
What's weird?
Oh, just in, at least in my version of Granicus, each of the sub portions are actually item in my.
That might be number 4.
Sorry.
Could it be number 4?
Okay. We're on agenda item number 5, correct. Receive and file the 25-26 financial model for the general fund and all its. Didn't we just do that? Did I?
No.
You receive a few slides of it, but our senior or our deputy director has a few more slides if you like to see, or you could waive the presentation.
Okay,
Waive it.
let's see it.
Okay, my forecast will be that this will be very short, so. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Tonight I'll be presenting the financial model. The model is a key planning tool that helps us forecast revenues, expenditures, and fund balances over the next decade in alignment with our city policy. Next slide. And as you can see with our financial model, we look at various things, including historical data, some of our budget assumptions, our trend analysis, and long-term forecasts. So each year we update these model assumptions based on the most current trends. And for this cycle, we were looking at property tax, TOT, sales tax, personnel, non-personnel as key measures in regards to our budget assumptions. As you can see with this forecast for the 10-year, this is forecast without transfers. The real message here is that under this baseline, the general fund remains structurally balanced through FY34, with operating revenues exceeding operating expenditures. And going to the next slide, this is our general fund 10-year forecast with transfers. This incorporates transfers out to the CIP fund, employee pension fund, and other funds. And even after accounting for these transfers, baseline revenue continues to support baseline expenditures over the long term, but it's the margin is just narrower. Next slide. This is just a general fund 10-year fund balance forecast. And I know Vina mentioned this a little bit in her earlier presentation, but we just show that there's a gradual growth. The total fund balance ending at 39 billion. Restricted portion, the fund balance is expected to dip slightly before increasing later on in the period. Other than that, that's just my general fund forecast.
Thank you. Any questions? I'll make the motion to receive and file.
Councilwoman Ferraro,
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis,
Yes.
Councilmember Peristem,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Seo. Mayor Bradley.
Yes.
Motion passes. With that, we can move to our final item, number 6, consideration to receive the fourth quarter status report update on the fiscal year 2024-25 City Council goals and approve the fiscal year 2025-26 City Council goals. I do not have any requests to speak.
Take it away, Catherine. I guess we should have an overall goal of not going bankrupt.
We can try to make that happen.
I think it would be better to not use that word, but to talk about always being solvent.
Okay.
And we do have a new goal of the fiscal sustainability, so.
Yes.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Not a problem. Okay, good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Tonight, we will be going over our fourth quarter. I'm sorry, I've got to flip to the beginning. We'll be going over our fourth quarter update for this year's City Council goals, as well as going over our 2025-2026 proposed goals for your consideration tonight. Briefly, we do have 5 major goals as part of our goals here. It's public safety, public infrastructure, city lands and facilities, citizen involvement and outreach, and quality of life. Under those goals, we have 18 different projects. During the March 17th City Council Goals Workshop, we did take Councilmember Lewis's and Councilmember Peristam's comments to heart. We did take a closer look at our projects and made adjustments and noticed that if there was a project that had some financial constraints, political constraints or other constraints, we made sure to note them as at risk. So you'll see that throughout the presentation. Of the 18 projects, all are in progress with the exception of 1. 4 are completed, 8 are in progress, and 5 are at risk. So we'll just dive in with the first goal of public safety. Under project number 1, which is to enhance resident readiness and response during an emergency, this project is in progress at 60%. Some of the major items that are ongoing are updates to the emergency operations plan and a peninsula-wide hazard mitigation plan. We're continuing to work towards evacuation readiness amongst our residents by promoting online tools like Alert South Bay. We're also working on a tabletop exercise in the summer, an evacuation drill in the fall, and a functional exercise of the Emergency Operations Center next year. So we're working on quite a lot of different projects in this arena. The second project is to implement crime reduction and traffic safety engagement. Obviously, this work is never complete, but we have made significant strides, and it's an ongoing task that we're working on year over year. Some of the tasks that we've completed are to deploy LASD patrols in targeted areas, most recently in the Switchback area on PV Drive East. We've also increased patrols in areas that are affected by burglaries and thefts based on data, and that includes Western Avenue. And we've awarded about 52 public safety reimbursement grants to individuals and HOAs since July 1st. The third project is to establish and monitor the new public safety division. We've engaged in various different outreach campaigns, such as when to call LASD, see something, say something. We've hired the bulk of our staff for this new division, including the public safety manager, field training officer, and our 3 public safety liaisons. And we are actively recruiting for a senior analyst. So the division is up and running, and we truly hope to have it fully functional by the end of the calendar year. The next item is Small Wireless Facilities Master Plan, and I'll hand that over to Ramsey.
Staff continues to work to advance the small wireless facilities master plan, but also now focusing on installing small wireless facilities to the extent possible, working with the carriers, working with the installers, and meeting with industry representatives to propose potential changes to the code that would facilitate additional installations in a more timely manner. And I'll continue with the public infrastructure items, Portuguese Bend landslide remediation project. Without recapping all of the work that's been done on the project, it's shown as at risk due to the funding gap. Next, detailed inventory and maintenance schedule for city's public infrastructure and assets. We have completed condition assessment and preventative maintenance programs and schedules for roadways and for facilities. Next up is for drainage infrastructure, and that's scheduled for FY 25-26, and sewer infrastructure will follow. Improving traffic flow on Western Avenue, project plans are.
Ramsey, hold on just a second. Let's extend to 11:15. Sorry.
Traffic flow improvements on Western Avenue project plans are substantially complete, and we've started working with Caltrans on the permitting process.
And for the next item, I believe Matt Waters is online to provide an update.
Yes, thank you, Catherine. Yeah, Mayor Bradley, just a quick update on these items here. Item number 1, the pursuing acquisition of Battery Barns and the Lighthouse. We have ongoing discussions with the Coast Guard regarding either acquisition or a joint use of these properties. There's been a lot of attention in the media recently about the discussions with Wayfarers Chapel about the possible rebuilding of the chapel at the Battery Barns location. Those talks are in progress. Moving on to the next one, the updated Trails Network Plan. That has been significantly delayed due to the land movement and its effect on trails. The draft plan will hopefully be updated for the affected trails when that access to those trails is restored. And moving on to the NCCP, that has been tabled at this time. The city is waiting for the state to issue its permit, which would then allow staff to proceed with pursuing the implementation of the NCCP and HCP. And finally, regarding the Civic Center, the focus on that project is really firmly now on making progress on completing the emergency components, particularly the Emergency Operations Center, EOC. This is to comply with the federal requirements from the GSA to complete those components within a 4-year window. Staff is also working to get an extension on that timetable as well. And that completes my update on those goals.
Thank you, Matt.
Okay, the 4th goal is citizen involvement and outreach. This really encompasses the work of the YAC, the Youth Advisory Committee, and they are chugging along, working towards their goals, and they'll continue to do that next year as well. Some of the goals include working towards applying for a TED Talk series for youth mental health issues, working on providing more information about how to pre-register to vote as a 16 or 17-year-old, and attending more city events to increase awareness about the YAC.
Did you say TED Talk?
Yes, the TED Talk series is where you have experts in certain fields come and share more about their research, more about their work. And the goal would be to invite those types of experts in the field of mental health amongst youth, and to engage in discussion with the audience and share more about the latest research on mental health and what youths can do to kind of alleviate some of those issues. We have our last goal, quality of life, and I believe Ramsey can, Brandy can take the first one.
Yes, on the first one, we have the Western Avenue storefront improvement program that's underway. We also are working with the county on economic development, and we're a part of the South Bay Cities Council of Governments their economic development committee. I think that's bi-monthly meetings. But for the Western Avenue Storefront Improvement Program, we have two that are near completion. They've submitted their paperwork and we're going to go out for final inspection. So look in the admin reports as those come to completion. It's really making a difference there. Sorry. And the next one for the arterial fences and walls master plan. Now that we are fully staffed in community development in the planning division, we have been able to utilize one of our assistant planners and one of our associate planners to really develop the plan sheets, incorporating the input that we've received from area residents. And we'll be continuing to work on finalizing that plan.
Next is the streetscape beautification plan for Western Avenue. The project's at risk because of funding gap as part of the CIP. Staff will continue with the plans to have the plans complete and have them on the shelf and ready in case grant funding or some other funding source becomes available. And the street signs improvement plan is tabled for FY 25-26.
So with that, we are working towards establishing the goals for next fiscal year. On March 17th, City Council conducted a workshop and took the feedback of staff as well as commissions and committees in the city as to what the recommended goals should be for next year. Overall, the council decided to carry over most of its active goals from this year over to next year with some changes. In the public safety goal, the change would be to add a new task to possibly amend the municipal code to enhance fire resiliency in building materials and landscaping. Under the infrastructure goal, there's a renewed emphasis on identifying grants for landslide mitigation efforts, as we kind of discussed earlier today. Under the city lands and facilities goals, there would be a new found prioritization of the emergency services component of the Civic Center project, especially because of the 4-year deadline to complete the project, although we are seeking an appeal to extend that by 2 years. And under the fourth goal of citizen involvement, there is no change. We'll continue to work with the YAC on implementing their projects. And lastly, under the quality of life goal, as Brandy had mentioned earlier, the council approved to renew the Western Avenue Storefront Improvement Program for a second year. And then the council also recommended that we research and potentially implement options to enhance fiscal sustainability, hopefully to support city operations and capital investments. And as you'll note in the implementation plan in your packets, we again added a third-party dependent column to better assess risks to projects. And so that concludes my report. Tonight, we're asking council to receive and file the status update and approve the council goals for next year.
I'll move staff recommendation. Thank you, Catherine, by the way.
Councilmember Lewis,
Yes.
Councilmember Peristam,
Yes.
Councilmember Ferraro,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Seo.
Yes.
Mayor Bradley.
Yes.
Motion passes. With that, we can move to our future agenda items.
Anybody have anything else they want on the agenda? Okay.
Then we can move on to city council oral reports.
Okay, quick oral reports. Say that 3 times fast. Pass. Pass. Pass.
I just have one thing.
Okay.
Thursday is our 49th wedding anniversary. And I've lived in RPV for 49 years. So I'm hoping that we get to 50 next year. And if we do, we're going to celebrate. And I want all of you to come.
We
All of you.
absolutely do.
And that's a fine last word.
Yeah, well, not the last word.
Oh, no.
The last is I would like to adjourn tonight in memory of Mark Cohn, the Holocaust survivor and the intelligence officer for the French resistance. People like that need to be remembered and celebrated. And the fact that she was able to make it to 105 after enduring those types of things during World War II is a true testament to her internal courage. With that, we stand adjourned.
Make sure you party it up, okay?
We probably